nursing staff perspective.
Yeah, that's what we lost, right? We lost our nursing staff perspective with Jesse Valleo and
Got that.
Yeah, he's on the line.
yeah.
Okay.
She's not a bomb trained, but I think that she. Incredible.
Good morning, everybody. The court will please come to order. There's a quorum present. All of our members are present. All of our notices have been posted, and the court is duly called. Is there a motion to open court?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. And bailiff will please open court.
All rise. The Dallas County Commissioners Court is now in session for the January 2022 term. The Honorable Clay Lewis Jenkins presiding. Please remain standing for the invocation.
And our invocation today will be given by a guest of Commissioner Price.
Judge, Commissioners, today we're very pleased to have with us Pastor Chris Wesley. He's one of the frontline leaders and voices declaring the gospel of Jesus Christ to the next generation. He's the eldest son of Carrie, the late Carrie, and Cheryl Wesley. He was born and raised in Dallas as part of a long legacy of pastors and church leaders. He was groomed in the church for which his father pastored. The Antioch Church of Dallas, Chris led the worship and served in the youth ministry. At age 15, he preached his first sermon. He attended schools in Cedar Hill Independent School District until his junior year and transferred to Trinity Christian High School. Chris became the first student allowed to preach at the weekly chapel service and the first African-American male to sing with the school worship team. He graduated from Trinity School High School in Cedar Hill in 2007. He's continued his studies at the University of Mary Hardin Baylor, Texas A&M University, Commerce, and Dallas Baptist University, where he is currently enrolled. He has declared the gospel for generations at Consolidated Baptist Church in Lexington, Kentucky, also at the St. John Unleashed Grand Prairie at South Lake, at Trinity Church in Cedar Hill. In 2018, Pastor Chris returned home to serve as a pastoral role alongside his late father. On February the 9th, 2020, Pastor Chris was named the senior pastor of the Antioch Fellowship Church in Dallas, Texas. And Pastor Chris, we're glad that you've joined us this morning. Thank you.
It's an honor. It's an honor to be here. Thank you all for the opportunity. Will you bow with me in prayer? Our Father and God, creator of all mankind, we first pause to say thank you. Thank you for your grace. Thank you for mercies that are new each morning. Thank you for the opportunity that you give us to play a role in impacting the world around us for such a time as this. God, today, as these men and women gather to lead, I pray now that you would grant them the wisdom of Solomon. Your word declares that if we desire wisdom, we can ask and you will give it. So Lord, grant it to these leaders today. Pray that you would give them a heart like yours as they lead and make decisions today. Most of all, Lord, I pray that you would take glory from everything that happens today. Let everything that is done be done in a way that brings you honor for your glory and for the good of your people. And Lord, I pray that there is no problem today that will arise, that the solution will not be made clear. Lord, we thank you in advance for what you are going to do in this session today, because we know at the end of the day, it is all for your glory. Take pleasure today and receive our service as an act of worship. In Christ Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. And Pastor, thank you. I'll invite, have a seat, the court that Judge, in February, Black History Month, the Kernwood Street in Dallas that runs along the south side of Antioch Baptist Church, right across from Unity Estates. That Kernwood Street will be named for the late Dr. Kerry Wesley, who is Chris's father, and his mother, who served on the school board. And so we will dedicate that street in February here to the late Dr. Kerry Wesley. So congratulations to you and your family, Chris, and we look forward to that.
Thank you, Pastor.
Congratulations.
All right, our first resolution today, well, the first one was the Employees of the Month, but that will be moved to the next court agenda.
Okay.
Commissioner Price has a resolution to ratify this morning and another resolution.
Well, we'll begin this morning, Judge, with Anne Marie Robinson. You want to step forward? Is she not here? Did she not make it yet? Okay, not hadn't made it yet? Okay. Do you expect her? Okay, we don't know. Well, I know Lieutenant Washington is here. So, Lieutenant, you want to come forward? And the delegation. Whereas Dallas County has a rich history of exemplary employees who stretch beyond the call of duty for the sake of our citizens and communities. And whereas Michelle M. Washington is a native Texan born in Turl, Texas, of the neighboring Kaufman County, and is a proud graduate of Wills Point High School. And whereas Michelle M. Washington began making her first rounds with Dallas County on July 29, 1991, as a detention officer at the Decker Jail, then transferred to the North Tower facility and later progressed to the position of acting sergeant at the George Allen Courthouse as her third assignment. And whereas Michelle M. Washington progressed to the rank of sergeant and transferred to the North Tower in 2006, she later transferred to the Special Hospital Operational Team, also known as SHOT, until 2015, when she was promoted as a lieutenant of SHOT, and Gil Hernandez Medical Facility, where she has served faithfully ever since. And whereas Michelle M. Washington is a proud member of the Honor Guard, Peace Officers Association, the Sheriff's Association, and held several titles, including Training Officer, Mental Health Officer, Honor Guard Coordinator, and was named Officer of the Year in 2015, Officer of the Year in 2016, Law Enforcement Officer of the Year in 2016, and has received a Purple Heart Award, a Meritorious Conduct Award, a Certificate of Merit Award, the Intermediate Jailer Proficiency Certificate, and Advanced Jailer Proficiency Certificate, and she worked with the PDI program for several years. And whereas Michelle M. Washington draws support from a loving family, her daughters Danielle and Alicia, her mother Alice Miles, and her 5 siblings, she enjoys reading, crafting, shadow boxes, photography, music, dancing, walking, meditation, volunteering for good causes, and wine tasting when she has free time. Therefore, be it resolved that the Dallas County Commissioners Court, with a peck of joy and a pinch of remorse, congratulates Michelle M. Washington as she announces her retirement after 30 years and 6 months and 2 days and 5 hours and 32 minutes of dedicated service to Dallas County and the residents therein. And I so move.
And I second.
All third, I guess. All right, all those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
And her chief, before you, Lieutenant, let me have her line staff speak, and then we'll hear from her.
Thank you, Commissioner. As you said, it's with a little bit of happiness, but a whole lot of great regret that we lose Lieutenant Washington to her retirement. We look forward to her taking the next chapter in her life. However, she will be missed. 30 years of service is a lifetime that she's given to the citizens of Dallas County and the Dallas County Sheriff's Department, and we appreciate her service very much. She's irreplaceable. But as all things, we must move on, just like she will.
Steve?
Commissioners, Judge, just want to take the opportunity to thank you for acknowledging Lieutenant Washington. The word that comes to mind for what she's contributed over the years is outstanding service. It's hard to find outstanding service for such a long time, and she has done that, and we just are elated about her retirement, and we thank her for what she's done, but we will certainly miss her, and all the officers who esteem her very high will miss her as well. We just wish her well in her next chapter of her life.
Okay. Lieutenant, Captain, you want to say something? Okay.
I just want to thank the Dallas County Sheriff Department for my career. I didn't come here looking to retire. I just came here just to work a job, and each day became a different day, and a different day, and a different day. And with that came different experiences, and you just want to say, okay, what's tomorrow going to bring? What's tomorrow going to bring? And then here I am 30 years later. Still enjoyed my job. Someone asked me the other day, at what point in your career did you decide this is not worth it? I said, maybe 2 weeks ago. And he was like, actually, you really enjoyed your job the whole 30 years? I did. I enjoyed it. It was different. The people I worked with became family. And when you work on a job and you enjoy it, you wouldn't stay this long. So I enjoyed my job. I enjoyed the leadership. I enjoyed, with God letting me stand every day when I didn't want to. He just kept pushing me forward. And I made a career out of it. I love the job. I'll never tell anyone any different. But I want to appreciate the Sheriff Department for being there with me, for me, and I'm just a phone call away. So I want to appreciate each and every one of you.
Let me say this about Lieutenant Washington. Her reputation among the men and women who work for her is that she cares. Probably cares over and beyond. I've had the occasion to be at several funerals. I know with regards to her employees, the kind of care she's had in trying to service their families. While she may or may not admit it, I think the whole COVID thing has, with regards to what has happened, has taken a kind of a personal toll on her. And as I said, I've had the occasion to be with them. I've had the occasion to be with them with those color guards. And whether it was in churches or in the cemeteries, I've seen her be there day in and day out. And it's one thing to hear what people around you say, but it's another thing when other people talk about how you care. And that's your reputation among your colleagues. And so you're going to be missed. For those of us who serve on jail sanitation, we know that she had no problem speaking up for her employees when felt like they needed tools to be able to carry out their duties. And so I just want to say on behalf of Dallas County, you're definitely going to be missed. You gave us a full 30 years, and whether it was shot or whether it was Gil Hernandez, or regardless. I thought at one time, and I didn't see it in my resolution, I thought one time, weren't you over in West Tower?
No, sir.
You never were in West Tower?
Just working overtime there.
You're working overtime.
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
gotcha. But anyway, so I just want to say thank you on behalf of a grateful constituency for all you've given to Dallas County.
Thank you.
Lieutenant, first of all, thank you. Thank you for your service. It takes leadership to speak out. It takes leadership to say what's wrong. It takes leadership to say, you don't care. And obviously, you did care a lot. And like Commissioner Price rightly said, everybody around you admires your character, but more importantly, your leadership during tough times. I am sorry that you have to go through what you went through, but I do have to say that Dallas County appreciates, recognizes, and more importantly, admires women like you that say what has to be said. And on behalf of Dallas County and myself personally, thank you.
I just wanted to take a moment, too, to say, having, first of all, seen you for so many years at jail sanitation and what you share of yourself with not only all of us and with the Sheriff's Department, but with Dallas County. It's been virtual for a while, and so I'm just kind of pleased to see you in the flesh, which is kind of fun. But do want to say it was always with great pleasure listening to, what you had to talk about, the insights you had into what's going on with the jail, with your part, but then how it fits into everything else. So thank you very much, and I know you've got a look in your eye that you're going to have a very, very good next piece of your life, but you certainly are leaving a big chunk with us, and so we really do appreciate all that you have shared.
Thank you.
Good luck. Enjoy.
Thank you.
Thank you for your great service.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You already read that, right?
Yeah. And even though she's not here, she's given us 33 years of service. And the record needs to note that whereas Anne Marie Robinson is a native Texan born in Tyler, the Rose capital of Texas, Proud graduate of John Tyler High and later received an Associate's Applied Science and Criminal Justice degree from Tyler Junior College, soon after a Master of Science in Business Administration in 2010 from the University of Phoenix in Dallas. And whereas Anne Marie Robinson came to work for Dallas County after working at the Smith County Sheriff's Office for 3 years and reported to work in the release section of the Dallas County Sheriff's Department. And whereas Anne Marie Robinson is certified in TCOS Training Information Systems, TIMS, holds a jailer's and master's jailer's license, serves as a member of the Texas Peace Officers Association, as well as a board member of the Dallas County Peace Officers Association. And whereas Anne Marie Robinson is engaged in several professional and community endeavors, which include the Dallas County Honor Guard, Kids and Cops, Ann's Snack and Chat, the Order of the Eastern Star, Janie Lane, number 349, the Unique Corvette Club of DFW, and her duties as a captain of the safety team at the Pilgrim Rest Baptist Church in Dallas. And whereas Anne Marie Robinson has been cited by the Dallas County Peace Officers as Member of the Year in 2006, the Sheriff's Department Bridge to Communities recipient in 2013, and by the Sheriff's Department and the El Centro coined the title, the City Manager, to name a few. Therefore, be it resolved, the Dallas County Commissioners Court congratulates Anne Marie Robinson as it anticipates her retirement after more than 33 years of dedicated and commendable service to Dallas County, and I so move.
Second.
All those in favor, let it be known by using the sign of voting.
Aye.
Those who are opposed, same sign. Okay, thank you, and we'll make sure that she gets that. The next one is the Dallas County Health and Human Services Update 2019 novel coronavirus and influenza virus. Is Dr. Wong on here or on the? He's online, okay. Doctor?
Yes.
Okay.
Morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Let's see, do we have the presentation? Great. If we could move to the next slide. We do remain in the red transmission zone, high risk of transmission still. Next slide. Again, just reviewing the available ICU bed for Dallas County still remains low. And again, that affects certainly not just COVID, but for other conditions that anyone might need an ICU bed for. Next slide, please. We are starting to see some turnaround in the numbers. One of the first indicators, we've been monitoring emergency department visits in the prior 24 hours. And you can see that for suspected and confirmed COVID-19, that number is showing some sort of declines now in the last week. But want to remind also, as you look at this, that these levels that we're seeing are still at record highs compared to the entire pandemic. So although this is good news and this is what we need to start seeing to get to where we want to be, it is not a cause for saying we can just relax and go back to normal, because again, looking at the level of these numbers are still at the highest, equivalent to the highest we've ever seen throughout the pandemic. Next slide. This is the confirmed admissions in the prior 24 hours. And again, the exponential increase that we had been seeing has slowed down, and we're hoping is starting to turn around. This is a indicator that lags behind the number of cases. So again, some of these hospital numbers are starting to lag, but they are showing certainly decreases in the rate of increase we were seeing, and some turning around to starting to decline also. Next is the hospital occupancy of confirmed inpatients. Again, that slowing of what we were seeing with exponential increase, and hopefully starting to turn that around. And then next slide is the deaths, and the deaths, just a reminder, do trail also the hospitalizations. As we've, heard about the percentage of patients that require hospitalization and lead to death have been lower for Omicron, but the incredibly ease of spread of Omicron has, caused these overwhelming numbers of cases, and sort of that's what's driving these other indicators. So even though maybe the percentage of the cases are fewer that require hospitalization and ICU beds and lead to death, but we've had such overwhelming numbers of cases that it still drives increases in these. And I'll bet, again, every one of you is probably personally aware of people who are testing positive that have been very careful and even vaccinated and boosted. That also does not reflect the vaccines and boosters are extremely effective still at preventing severe illness and hospitalizations and death. But, as we've seen, you can carry the infection, get infected, and spread it to others, which is why some of these other measures, such as continuing to wear the mask, distancing, and other measures are still important. And also just, want to remind what this is impacting the workforce settings in all sectors. We've talked about the healthcare workforce has truly been stressed, and that's one of the big stresses right now is just the impact of the positive tests that are coming back in healthcare workers, and then the resulting isolation and quarantine that puts added stress on that workforce. But we're seeing it in all sectors. You're hearing in restaurant industry, airline, and also in county government, and certainly at the health department. We are seeing those stresses also. Next slide. On our dashboard on the website, you can see the average daily count of cases has gone down from the prior week. So again, that's indicating that the case counts are starting to turn around. Next slide. In terms of vaccinations, about 72% of the eligible population 5 and older in Dallas County has received at least one dose. About 61% of 5 and older that are fully vaccinated. So making progress, but still a lot of people that are not vaccinated. Next slide. As we look at the trends in vaccination, and in particular for Dallas County, you can see the numbers per week starting to go back one, starting to decline. So that's not a good thing. We want to keep having more people who have not received the vaccine to continue to get the vaccine and to continue to get the boosters. I think in particular the boosters are a real important opportunity because those are people who've already made the choice to get the first course of the vaccination, and so they're not vaccine hesitant, but we are seeing more and more the importance of the boosters in certainly slowing the spread of Omicron in particular. Next slide. Again, this is the number of people vaccinated in Dallas County, about 1.77 million with at least one dose, about 1.5 million fully vaccinated, and almost 500,000 that have received the boosters. So again, more work to be done. Next slide. This is what we've been seeing in terms of percentages of hospitalizations and deaths and numbers of persons, the deaths that are vaccinated, fully vaccinated and protected versus not vaccinated. With Omicron, we've seen some declines in it. There's more cases that are vaccinated, but still the overwhelming numbers are in the unvaccinated. And again, it shows that the vaccines really do help and are effective at preventing severe illness, hospitalizations, and deaths. Next slide. Again, as with Omicron in particular, this exponential increase that we've seen due to two factors: increased transmissibility and ability of the variant to evade immunity conferred by past infection or vaccination. And the modeling, what we are seeing, as I mentioned, is we've seen this surge and are seeing to start to see this decline now in number of cases, but hospitalizations and the stress on the hospitals and deaths do typically lag this number. Next slide. And again, as we've seen, how rapidly the Omicron variant, which is the purple color bars, which that shows the percent of which variants are being identified, and this is regions, public health region 6, which includes Texas, Arkansas, Louisiana, a couple other areas. But you can see how quickly Omicron became, it's really almost everything that's circulating now is Omicron. That was in a matter of weeks, like 3 weeks, it became the dominant strain compared to it took Delta 3 months to reach that level. I do want to show some of the latest flu numbers. Next slide. And so this is as of the week ending January 8th. Still about 1% of the tests were positive for flu, which is good. Those are still low. And we think it reflects, as from last season, that people are doing the infection prevention measures like masking and distancing, which are effective for COVID and are also important for flu. And we do hope that people are still also getting the flu vaccine or have received the flu vaccine. Next slide. And again, this is also reflected in the deaths in terms of hospitalizations and deaths. And so in the week ending January 8th, only 7 flu hospitalizations and 1 ICU admission. And thus far this season have only had 1 confirmed adult death. Finally, again, some of our community outreach, the vaccination clinic activity. Next slide. And next slide. These are some of the other vaccination events that we have scheduled with our outreach, and again, want to applaud the efforts of you all staff, Commissioner Price, the judge, and others, all working on getting these events out there and mobilizing the community to come out to these events. We've continued to have good response to these vaccination efforts. And then finally, just want to, next slide, show updated list of some of the testing locations. Again, partnering with many partners to make testing more available throughout the county.
Dr. Warren, 2 things. First of all, thank you for you and your staff finally getting me the numbers I've been wanting forever. We continue to talk about our partners in this effort and what the pharmacies have been doing. I finally got all the numbers on North versus South with regards to the pharmacies. First of all, south of I-30, there's a total of 135 pharmacies. And when I look at their numbers, and I've got them broken down by zip codes and the number of COVID-19 vaccines that they have administered. I'll look at North versus South. First of all, it's not twice the population north of 30 than it is south of 30, but you got twice as many pharmacies that are distributing vaccines. The reason they don't need pop-up clinics probably is, again, the issue of accessibility, mobility. They don't have the same issues. And when I look at these numbers, Doctor, and I don't know if, like I said, if you've had a chance to cover these numbers, I have. And it's just amazing to me because, and again, thank you for the difference in the highlighting with regards to them, because South, as I said, there's only 2, 4, 6, 10 zip codes. 10 zip codes south of I-30, wherein these pharmacies, these 135 pharmacies are located. And when you look at the number of individuals that they are servicing versus what's going on north of I-30, and there's twice as many north of I-30, I just find it peculiar. I'd really like to know, in terms of cost, and I guess the state is probably paying, I'd like to know what's the expenditure, because our people are having to spend the time with those pop-up clinics in areas that, and then I'll keep going at Dixon Circle. There's no pharmacies in and around Dixon Circle, so our people have got to go into those areas. Bear Street, no pharmacists in and around. In areas that are impacted in our communities, we're still having to send our people, our staff, into those areas and service them. And while they may be only doing 75, 100, 110 here and there, they're having to do that. It's taking a lot of what I call grind work. But these pharmacists, I just can't figure out, and it's probably just ain't no location. They're not located in our communities. While there's 135 south of I-30, when I look at these zip codes that have been published, even they're not in the, quote, PCCI impacted zip codes, primarily. So, again, thanks for the information. This is what I've been asking for, but it's just as I figured. When we do a pop-up in these pharmacies, they're not in our community. They're not delivering in our community. And I know you have nothing to do with it, but this is the information. And I don't know if I hit dishes, I don't know who I hit, but the pharmacists. And keep in mind, these are the same people we were relying on to service our long-term care facilities. You know, when this whole epidemic began, we were looking to the, quote, pharmacies, because we were not boots on the ground then. And then now that I get this data, with the way this pandemic is raging, and this is what I get, I have no comfort level that they're good partners, at least for the southern sector of Dallas County.
Doctor, can you hear me okay? I want to ask you a couple of questions. It's good news that the Omicron wave is beginning to come down a little bit, but am I right that right now we have more positive cases out in the community than we did with any other strain other than Omicron?
Yeah, that's definitely what it looks like. You know, there's certainly a lot of cases that are out there that aren't reflected in our numbers, whether they do home tests that aren't reported, or, you know, people are asymptomatic and even don't get tested. But yeah, everything that we're seeing is that, you know, the level of spread and the number of people that have tested positive is at, you know, record numbers at this point.
So when would we expect, if we follow the track of others who are ahead of us on Omicron, how many weeks until we get back to relatively low numbers of cases, assuming that we don't get another wave of a new virus right on top of this?
Yeah, last week they were saying about 6 to 7 weeks, so now probably about 5 to 6 weeks. We'll have another modeling meeting later today to look at with the updated numbers that we're receiving. But, you know, that's just, yeah, real important reminder. You know, it's good that we're starting to turn the corner and reach the peak, but reminder that we're at some of these record levels still now, but we're thinking probably 5 to 6 more weeks then that we would get down to levels where we were before Omicron.
Okay, and I read last night, I'm not going to ask you about it today because we can reach out to Houston Methodist, but that Houston Methodist had sequenced 5 cases of what had here before been only in Africa and Europe, the Omicron 2. And so it looks like Omicron 2 is in Texas.
and I know we'll watch that closely, and there's a lot of things that are unknown about that one. All right, well, thank you. Anybody got anything else for Dr. Wong?
Thank you very much for your perseverance, is all I got to say.
And thank you for your staff also, Dr. Huang. The events that I have attended with them, they're always very organized, very professional. They know what they're doing, they get there on time, and they do their job. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Wanted to echo that as well. Thank you for your help up in Carrollton and some of these other places where we're trying to get some more vaccination. Just quickly, I just wanted to highlight one point that you made very clear, but just wanted to highlight it. You did mention that, regarding vaccinated versus unvaccinated, it's critical that, everyone does their part because everyone can spread basically equally. Is that right? I mean, if you are vaccinated, you are still likely to carry a viral load in your upper respiratory system that is similar to someone that is unvaccinated. So when you have the virus, you will shed virus in a similar amount for a similar amount of time that someone that is unvaccinated. Is that correct?
I don't know if it's the same amount. Someone who, has a more severe illness would probably perhaps be shedding more, but the point is well taken that if you're vaccinated and even boosted, you can still carry the virus and spread it to others. And so that's why it is very important, even for people who are vaccinated and boosted, to continue to wear the mask. And that was where, there was sort of that change in the guidance in terms of masking for people who've been vaccinated and boosted. You can definitely, the point is you can definitely spread it to others if you're vaccinated or boosted. And so you still need to be wearing the mask and doing everything you can to slow down that spread.
Thanks. Thank you very much, Dr. Wong.
Part of what we're talking about here too is community education. And most of the calls that I've been getting in my office are, the underlying piece of it is the confusion over what it is, how do I know what's going on with me, and how do I protect myself and those around me. So what are some of the efforts in addition, because I know that you maintain a web page in an attempt to get as much information out as possible. What other ways are you trying to reach out to communities that really need to have additional information?
Sure. Well, we are working with ABI on getting the messaging and updating and refreshing some of the messaging to reach the communities, target communities, because we know there is also some fatigue in the messaging to encourage certainly continue to get the vaccination. We have our community outreach staff that, in addition to providing and working with the community partners on getting the vaccinations, are also educating. We have a lot of also our public information officer is working. We do a lot of earned media, a lot of messaging through the media and social media to continue to get these messages out also.
Do you do different things for different areas in Dallas County?
Yes, I mean, ABI is in particular working on targeting some of our most vulnerable populations that we've been
And
identifying.
have we seen the results of that targeting? I honestly haven't talked to them, but I would like to see the numbers of outreach. I mean, is the outreach turning into more people in those targeted areas? I mean, Commissioner Price just said it. I mean, we knew from the beginning that we're not going to have the same amount of pharmacies in the south and in the north, but if their approach is working in those areas where we obviously do not have the same amount of community involvement.
Well, definitely, to reiterate, again, appreciate the work of Commissioner Price and the judges and all of your staff in, supporting some of these particular community events. And we've had very good turnout for some of the vaccination events, even, current. So, while some of the larger vaccination sites, the numbers might be going down, we've been having very good turnout at these community events, thanks to all of your efforts and the staff's efforts.
And let me reiterate it in another way, Dr. Huang. I know that the events that we have worked with your staff have been, turnout has been excellent, okay? But I haven't seen them involved in my events. I wonder if they have worked closer with Commissioner Price and they're doing a better job, or with Commissioner Daniels or Commissioner Koch. That's my question. I don't know.
With who was it that you were asking about?
ABI, she's still asking about ABI, she's still
ABI.
asking about metrics, with
Sure.
regards to when are they deployed, when are they being utilized, with regards to it. And again, I know my staff has called on them a number of times with regards to we are deploying in a certain area, what are you doing? See, I think what has happened to us, it's kind of like I say about, 40% of this community being transportation deprived. The fact that DART redoes the bus lines doesn't mean anything to probably a majority of us. But 40% is still transportation deprived. And when we go into certain areas that there are not pharmacies, areas where even some of our staff hadn't gone, our people are going, I think what she's asking is what has been the deployment either going before us and helping to, prepare the way with regards to their utilization. And we should have a report by now. We
Sure.
should have a report.
And we do
on-
get that information. I know there's information on number of, they have the metrics with number of impressions, persons visiting the websites. We've always, and I working on other public health campaigns and things, the media and social media, sort of the air cover that we, always use to support some of the ground activity of the actual workers. So some of that is, sort of getting those messages out over the airwaves and over the social media networks that then reinforce what's happening on the ground. But no, we can definitely get you more of the report. And I know that we do have some of those metrics that they use in terms of, impressions and other site visits, things like that.
And so what we're saying is where that deployment has occurred, send us
Sure.
the information with regards to it.
Sure. And, we send out that weekly sort of vaccination planning document that we try to, as there's new information from ABI, put some of that in there. But we'll try to make sure that there's updates in that, that's the most updated information with that too.
There is a chart in one of the last reports you sent out that does have, in the FEMA zip codes, the different types of media and interventions, and then laid that on top of the total number of vaccinations in Dallas County.
But those zip codes, some of those zip codes, and again, I'm gonna go back to it again, and we do this with ease. And I'm not picking on Dixon Circle, I'm not picking on Barrow Street, I'm not picking on Creekside. Those are areas, it's just unfortunately not gonna show up in media. It takes a different kind of ground game to go into those areas, because as I said, it's different. And so that's what we want to see is what is the modeling. Can't use the same model across the deal. That's the reason I wanted this pharmacy report. I wanted this pharmacy report primarily because it was just as I expected. They were not delivering the same in the South as they were in the North. I don't even know what their appropriation is from DISH with regards to it. Do they get paid by the vaccinations? Or do they get an appropriation? And so, this whole thing, it's no different. We don't really expect them to be indifferent. Hell, if, like I said, what it said, Lamentation 4:17, ain't nobody coming to save us. We got to go do it ourselves. I get that. But at least if we got tool utilization, we want to know what the heck it is. And I know my staff has pressed, like, hey, you need to go before us. You need to do some groundwork. And you just can't text it. You may have to go out there and fly homes, what I call flyer homes.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, the report, again, that weekly report, I am seeing like social media, they're saying 7.06 million impressions, 16,163 clicks to vaccination page, 4,160 broadcast TV spots with 9.17 million viewers, 2.36 million impressions on CTV, digital radio, 720,792 impressions, terrestrial radio, 1,536 spots. And then there is something, the number of flyers distributed, number of individuals reached, I think 4,793 flyers distributed, 243,000.
And we did that, most of that, yeah, and so that's what I'm saying.
Can you send us that report, Dr. Huang?
Yeah, we send it every
Awesome.
Friday, but we'll have a new one coming out this Friday, but I can send you the one we sent last Friday.
And I want also the information of the flyers, which areas they have been distributed, and what are those radios, if they're podcasts or they are stations in AM, FM. I would like to see and dissect a little bit more of that information and see what effect are we having in the North versus South.
Sure, we definitely have that, so we can get that to you.
We're also still using Ice House, right, Dr.?
Oh, no. This is
only
ABI.
Okay, just wanted to be sure because I remember I saw in the agenda, some of the comparisons. So anyway, thank you, Dr. Huang.
Sure.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for your team that does go out and distributes flyers in the neighborhoods before they have an event. And that means, walking, knocking on doors and talking with people. But we have to do more of that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Judge, if the court will permit with regards to the suspension of the agenda only because I'm going to reverse his judicial performance at Frank Crowley, which I think the court, which is tantamount, and if I will, I'll move the motion just so I can switch those. Motion to suspend the agenda.
Sure.
I move.
Second.
All those in favor, signify by saying aye. Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, thank you, Judge. Commissioners, you got a report yesterday, and it was long in the tooth, primarily because this data is having to be extracted from the mainframe. And even though after Mr. Heichel and I convened the stakeholders, all of the judges, both felony and misdemeanor, the sheriff's department, facilities, the district attorney's office, the clerk's office, both the district and the county clerk. After we made this convention last week, we then basically had to address what this court had done with regards to the backlog court of $3 million. We became concerned as this court, when it made its appropriation through the ARP funds, the American Rescue Plan, what this court basically said is that we saw the data and we were 10,000 cases behind where we felt like we should have been. With the Criminal Justice Department's assistance, we were able to validate that. Even though you got the report yesterday along with the court called Kiosk, and we'll talk about all of that in just a minute, we had to amend it this morning. There were a couple of judges who we had not been able, criminal justice had not been able to extract the data. They finally did. We amended it this morning, and so you got a new amended report. I know some of you have been asking for it, but this has been really a real challenge. Let me just tell you, nobody was on this court except me in 1997, and at that particular time, the Commissioner's Court created what was called a Judicial Management Report. As you know, with the separate powers, the executive, the legislative, judicial, we really have no real governance, for the most part, over the judiciary with regards to how they perform. That court at the same time, we created what was known as jail population. That committee was designed to basically do an oversight with regards to the judges and their performance. How were they performing? Were the cases filed? Were the cases disposed? How were they disposed? By pleas? By dismissals? Are they passing the cases? What the hell are they doing? And so we created the jail population. As you know, jail sanitation is compliance for the sheriff's department. So jail population. So in other words, in 1997, when we created Judicial Management Report, we put it online in 2002. In 2002 to 2019, all of this information is online. Anything other than that, those prior, 5, 6 years is archived. And so we're not able to, well, we're able to get it, but it's old information. And so today, after Mr. Heichel and all those stakeholders and I did a walkthrough and had this, convocation, we decided that there are a couple of things that were kind of amiss. So what you have before you is the Dallas County Criminal and District Court data overview. What we wanted you to know is how many, we talked about jury trials. Everybody wants to say, well, you need jury trials to help, leverage all of this. Because without jury trials, we don't get either defendants and or defense attorneys to talk about moving forward, advancing. Everybody during COVID wanted a jury trial. And so we saw the numbers begin to ramp up. Pre-COVID, we had gotten down to right at about $8,500,000, right at $9 million a month with regards to our jail, what I call custody spend. We were at about $9 million. Today, we're almost at $12 million. Again, 10,000 cases down. After the jury trials were stopped due to COVID, the county resumed jury trials on June the 1st, 2021. The first pilot jury trial was conducted in April 26, 21 by Criminal District Court number 4. Since that date, 152,000 potential jurors were summoned to Frank Crowley, and then 66,000 jurors have reported. In other words, right at 50%, or an average of about 160 individuals daily. Starting in September, that average increased to approximately 200 individuals a day. Now, given the COVID-19 protocols, the maximum capacity of jurors that can fit in the central jury room was this. The central jury room could only have 112. The jury lounge, which was overflow, about 25, so a total capacity of about 137 jurors. The maximum capacity of jurors that can fit in other Frank Crowley court building spaces are room A5, which was usually the sheriff's, I call it the war room, and that overflow, A5, was about 40. We, as you know, we seized the cafeteria, which could accommodate about 77. This is keeping all the protocols in place. So totally between A5, which is on the same floor as the cafeteria, we had about a total capacity of about 117. So since the resumption of jury trials, Central Jury Services have released about 137 out of 145 days of summoned jury pool. That's because we have reached those limitations and capacity to be compliant with protocol. The presiding judge of the Senate jury room, the presiding judge of the misdemeanor courts have devised a calendar of scheduled jury trials and the number of jurors summoned are determined by the number of scheduled jury trials and jurors that show. And while we put that schedule attachment in here, let me just tell you, I've got a real issue with their utilization. Now, this is my commentary because we brought this up in the convocation the other day and said if a jury is summoned and that trial pleads and doesn't go, why can't that jury be held for a handoff for somebody else to be able to deal with? And we heard all kinds of concerns. But when these jury trial resumed on June the 1st, you see what happened. In the district court in 2021, these are the months breakdown, total district court jury trial 61, total county court 27. Now, the difference is that, you got felony cases pending court disposition that's in jail. And this is the one that's impacting the difference between that almost $9 million and that $12 million or $3 million a month. I think the court may have seen the fact that, Harris County, because of both COVID and compliance, has basically had to ship about 2,000 of their custody. Is that correct, Mr. Martin? Or is it 3,000? About 2,000? About 2,000 to Louisiana. 2,000 of their individuals had to be shipped to Louisiana. Let me tell you, you talk about costly. You can't even begin to imagine, and I've been around here long enough to know what happens when we get, that's almost what I'm calling sanction with regards to it. What you have before you is the monthly average in jail felony cases pending disposition by court. It's there by each one of the courts, and if you look at the average, let me just kind of not go through each one. I won't insult you that you can't tell what each one of those courts are doing, but let me just tell you, all of the in-jail felony cases pending in 2019 was 2,708. I mean, that's okay. Then you go to 2020, same courts following up. You get 2,933. 2021, you had 3,172. Now, I do all this and give you all this information. There are some judges who have been performing, but it's a lot of them who basically, and I know this is not your commentary, this is mine, and I said this the other day in the meeting, I've been sitting on their ass, and they have not been performing. And I don't think that we, 3 or 4 years down the line, get the Office of Inspector General come in and say, y'all spent $3 million on these backlog courts. These cases were already in the queue. Now, I understand new cases coming online. These cases are already in the queue. We've given the district attorney more staff, and we've given the public defender more staff. And we told the clerks the other day, if you need more staff to deal with those cases that are not set, we will do that. But we are re-looking at the $3 million that this court has appropriated for a backlog court. What we're basically saying is these judges need to be worked. County court disposition, that's the reason you got court call. We have paid tremendous dollars for these kiosks and licensing. The Sheriff's Department, again, Mr. Heiko and all of us, we walked the jail along with the Sheriff's Department. They obliged us. They put in hard-line kiosks. We've got other kiosks that are available and waiting to be installed. The sheriff said they will do that. We appropriated through budget, more staff to be able, for the sheriff to be able to bring those individuals to the kiosk. What you've got to have is utilization. We've heard the excuse that everybody doesn't have a license. Well, anybody who has requested a license has a license. And IT has made sure that that's available. But if you look at these county criminal court, again, the disposition, and at the bottom, you'll find a grid that talks about what those symbols mean, whether or not the cases was dismissed, whether they were non-adjudicated by guilt and had an agreed plea or agreed plea. Now, some of these courts need to be extracted, and I'll take one. Judge Wade does a lot of traffic tickets and all. And so when you look up and see that 6,000, you're like, wow, she's blowing it out the water. Now, a lot of those traffic tickets and Class Cs and all. So you take that one out of the mix. And then you look at cases, even like CC-10 and CC, well, primarily that's what we call domestic violence cases. The person who was the engineer that brought this to the court, and we accepted, was Judge Shakita Kelly, and they have been utilizing these kiosks with regards to moving their cases. At first, we heard about platforms. We couldn't get defense lawyers to utilize platform. Well, the judges are either running the courts or they're not. And so as a result, they have the opportunity to move these cases. If you'll look at those bottom lines with regards to the total cases that were moved in 2019, you'll see exactly 45,581 cases. Keep in mind, they also, and this was again 2019, when you go to 2020, you get 29,180. Same set of judges, but you got, let's give them 30,000. That's 15,000 less cases in 2020. Go to 2021, you're basically still right at 30,000 cases. And so, what I'm telling you is while we've seen the judges, and I understand we were in the middle of the lawsuit, the district courts did not step up during this pandemic time. Now, not all of them, but a lot of them did not. And so when you go to district courts here, what you're going to find is look at the cases with regards to them and, again, their disposition. What's really interesting is the charge dismissals, the cases dismissed. And I'll call names because, hell, like I said, I got nothing to lose. CDC 5, that's Judge Carter Thompson. Shows up at 9 o'clock, by 11:30 he's gone. Really? Look at his case, look at his cases versus everyone else's. And that's not even count just the dismissals. And you've got judges, and he's not the only one, you got some others over there who are not working. Now, like I said, we didn't get Judge Birmingham's and I think it was White on that because we're having some problem, but you should have an amended version.
Yeah. Commissioners, just so you know, staff was able to extract the information this morning for Judge Birmingham, and the Judge White they're talking about is Carmen White from CCC 8. That data says in a separate that I'll send to you afterwards, but if you want, I have it here in the computer, and just read.
No.
Okay.
Okay, I just know when we were trying to get it, we couldn't get it.
Yes, sir.
But we do have that information.
Yes, sir.
But a lot of these cases, are not only tried, the judges have not been, performing definitely at pre-pandemic level, and have used this pandemic as a way of saying, you know, as far as I'm concerned, just not performing, not working. And if you go to 2020, I think I've told you about that, 2021, look at the cases. They're not too dissimilar. 30,000, 33,000 in 2019. You had 26,000 in 2020. That's a drop of over 4,000 cases, ladies and gentlemen. And then you go to 2020 was 26,000. 2019 was 33,000. So that's a drop of 7,000. And then you come back to 2021 and you come back up to basically 30,000.
Mr. Heichel, what are some of the factors that affect the drop in the number of
That about what?
the bottom line on this stuff?
In terms of disposition? Yeah. Well, I mean, Commissioner, I think part of it is simply performance. If you look at some of the members, now if you look across the board every year, 19, 20, 21, the largest category in anyone is dismissals.
Dismissals.
Okay.
And that's because we really work with the DA's office, who's instrumental for this, in order to meet this obligation of DPS to have 90% disposition within a 5-year period. So we really pressed with the DA's office, LaFane, to get these dismissals to help us. So that's the largest number. As you'll see, if Commissioner Price is kind not to mention this yet, is jury trials have fallen off significantly, even though we resumed jury trials in June of 2021. But as you can look across the board, you may find 1, you may find 2. And let me say this, even though the jury trials have dropped, the good thing about having jury trials is that it forces the lawyers to come to the table to plea bargain the case, knowing the jury is waiting in the hallway to try my case. So it has this sort of pressure, but it's performance.
So are there a similar number of cases coming into the system?
So the number of cases basically, except for those that Judge Curzo has said that are misdemeanor and not going to try, for the most part, they're still coming into the system. We're basically talking about felony cases. Yeah, we're talking about felony cases. So that's
Which is the highest number we always had, you know, pending disposition.
right.
Yes. About 70% of our population in the jail are felonies.
Correct.
70.
70%. And we have to make certain numbers under grants. Was it 90%?
Yes, sir.
We got 90% that we have to achieve in order to stay compliant with what the governor has required.
Correct.
With regards to funding. And so we've got a number of issues at play here. And the fact of the matter is, and again, the only reason I'm talking about it is because, yeah, it looks good that we got $30 million to throw at it, but we still got new cases coming into the system. These cases, and what the district and what Judge Curzo explained to us the other day, it's not so easy. You just take individuals who have cases, and so did the public defender's office, to be clear, and all of a sudden reassign them to the overflow court. They are working in certain venues. They're hiring different individuals. They now have their employee numbers, and they're trying to fill those positions so that they can deal with stuff in the overflow court to continue to deal with those new cases as you put an attorney on a new case in the system. But we've got to have those courts that are charged and have these cases pending. You got to have them working. As I said, I'm back to kiosks again. Look at the kiosks. We put 6 kiosks, I think, in jail. We got 6 more kiosks ready to go, but we got to have utilization. And during the pendency of the lawsuit, only somebody who was utilizing them, we did the 6 pilot, were the county criminal courts. Now, to be fair, there is a district judge that is using, Judge Huff. She's been using the kiosks. But for the most part, they have not. This court call here shows you how much money we have been spending on licensing in these courtrooms. We show you what it was when we passed a court order in 2020. We show you what we passed a court order in 2021. We've gone from $138,000 to $362,000 just on the from 8 kiosks to 12 licensing. You know, from 10 courtrooms to 12 participating. Keep in mind, we've got 17 district courts. We've got another 12. We got 29 dead gum courts, so almost 30 courts.
And in all fairness, and you're right, Commissioner Price, I mean, they know these numbers, right, Mr. Heichel? I mean, I noticed that they're not in our agenda today, but they have been, like Commissioner Price, in a lot of our agendas. So I remember every single time I see it, I look at the, jail, felonies, pending disposition, and all the numbers, and we know they have been going up. Yes. I mean, COVID, we knew it was going to raise them. But this court has tried to our best of our ability to give them the tools, yes, to give them the protection, and maybe it hasn't been enough. I don't know. But with that being said, if they know these numbers, they have to know that they have a toolbox that they can utilize. I would like to have a representative of the courts. I mean, usually they have a person that they appoint to come and tell us, if we're missing the boat, at the point, if we're just not giving them what they really need, what is going on with, the whole system. I know that the lawsuit has impacted the way they operate as well, but we have put money in pre-trial, we have put money with the public defenders, we have put money, in getting into the jail. At every single level, I think this commissioner's court has put the resources that we believe is what they need. If we're missing that point or that mark, I would like to hear from them.
I said that the other day in the open meeting, and again, this is on for next week so we can continue because there's some other extractions that we could not get from the mainframe. But I have no problem with that. If you'll look in your court call usage plan, which is your next page, you will see those licenses, those courts that have licenses, those courts that are not using court call, and you'll also see those who all of a sudden are, quote, requesting licenses.
And the other thing, Commissioner, that is not there is the use of interpreters. I know it's political season, and I hate to bring this at this time.
I couldn't hear the use
interpreters. Interpreters, Commissioner. I mean, I hate to bring it out at this point because it's election season, and usually this comes out as an election season issue, but I would like to hear about that. I mean, I keep hearing there's not enough in the criminal courts. I keep hearing that sometimes they're not qualified, that attorneys stop constantly because the translation is not good. So I would like to add that into the overview, to the data overview. How many are there? How many are utilized per court? How often are they utilized? And are they certified?
If I can have a second, I just wanted to frame some of the issues for the public, but start with a solution.
Right.
And I could go back over some of those items. I think an easy solution would be to have a nice, transparent website with how many jury trials are going on and what judges are doing it, and have a little bit of rate and comparison there so the public can see how few jury trials are going on. Because really, the essence of this and all the problems stem from the lack of jury trials. So let me frame some of this for the public to understand kind of what goes on and all the bad things that happen in the absence of jury trials. You kind of have two different types of defendants. You have the defendant that has a job that is potentially going to lose that job if they don't get this misdemeanor or felony thing out of their life, or there's someone that's on that path and they need to get rid of this thing. The lack of a jury trial allows allows the prosecutor's office to hold off on that until that jury trial can happen. And because their defense attorney can't ask for a speedy trial motion, or at least that's delayed during this time, their life is on hold in a critical way. So in that instance, you have the justice delayed, justice denied because of those perverse incentives there. On the other side of things, you have some really bad people that are allowing witnesses to go away, that are allowing memories to fade, officers to go to other departments, and basically, will be able to game the system in that their defense attorney will, gladly push back and continue to push back that trial. Both are served, justice is served by getting to those trials as quickly as possible. And then also there's the issues regarding dispositive motions, a little bit less or so. I mean, if something's approaching trial and you have motions to suppress that can get rid of the thing, usually that's going to wait until closer to it, largely because a motion to suppress is probably going to be more successful the longer time goes on. Again, the officer isn't there, memories fade, evidence can get lost, things can happen, you can game the system in that regard. So on both ends of the spectrum, whether guilt or innocence doesn't matter, trials not taking place hurt everyone in the system, and it allows for a lot of this gamesmanship. So the easiest thing for us to do and to hold those courts accountable is to hold it up to the public and say, listen, they are not trying cases at the rate they tried them in 19. And even if we're talking about a 5% reduction, they need to be trying cases at a rate they were trying them in 19. And another thing, just, again, we all know this, but to frame it for the public, that 70% in the jail for felony offenses is really important, because constantly we hear this very false trope that people with very minor offenses are crowding up the jail, not making bail, and so forth. That is not the case. That has never been the case. And certainly during COVID, it's absolutely not the case that those with, the misdemeanor offenses, particularly nonviolent offenses, are out of that jail as soon as possible, often on personal recognizance. So when we talk about the jail being clogged up, it is with felonies. It is with the worst of the worst offenses. And again, not saying anything about guilt or innocence, but, you got to be cautious. Even if someone is potentially hypothetically innocent, you're definitely setting bail high on some of those serious offenses. So, that is very critical for the public to know that that's what's happening. But keeping that in mind, that while those jury trials are getting gamed in such a way, we're not gaming DWIs. We're not gaming simple assaults. We're gaming rape, murder, and things where, the stakes are really there. You want to get that pristine trial as soon as possible with witnesses with all the right memories so the right result happens. We are not doing that because these judges aren't doing their job.
Well,
that's it.
And you're exactly right, and we've had this debate. I know both court administration, we've had delegations come and telling us that we are keeping people locked up who have misdemeanor charges. I told the convocation the other day, this court, more than any other court I've ever served, has expended whatever funds they needed to be able to, as you said, meet the ends of justice. And as such, what I'm basically seeing is that, again, this court has spent over $100 million just on pretrial alone. We spent over $100 million on pretrial. If folks have mental challenges, if people are misdemeanors, we have spent those dollars to be in compliance not only with the court order, but in order to help manage the system there. So you're exactly right. Misdemeanors are not our issue. These are felonies. 17 district court. And when you look at that, and again, when you look at the utilization on the kiosk, you're not going to find that. So while you talk about that, we've placed tools there for them to be able to do it, and it's still costing us, in addition to our expenditure, it's still costing us almost $3 million more a month for just custody, just for the jail. That has nothing to do with what we're spending in IT, has nothing to do with what we're spending on appointed attorneys. That's money we're spending just to maintain compliance for that jail, for that facility. And so when we look at all of this, and Commissioner Garcia, you're correct. Next week, we will continue this. I don't want to belabor it. What I want you to understand is we've got people who are not performing, I told him the other day, I said, you know, during the pandemic, we understand
Yeah.
you had every platform, and I did ask Ms. Kraft, how much money are we spending on these various platforms in Dallas County? You can't say, well, you know, you can't get to them. And as I said, when we look at these numbers, we're going to be surprised. So like I said, I'll keep belaboring. I'll let you guys talk. The court kiosk speaks for itself. They're there. We've got 14 hard. We've got wall mounted. We got mobile kiosks. We're doing it all. And what these do is they don't require the sheriff's department to have to transport individuals, you know, down to the court. We keep talking about protocols. They don't have to do that. They're up in the jail. And she said, hey, we'll make available as many as you want. So we're going from 6, we got 14 that's in the queue, wall mounted, mobile, you name it.
And I remember that when we discussed them, everybody was or seemed to be in agreement that this was a good tool, that it will reduce the number of cases, that will be effective. If that changed, I want to hear from the users. I want to hear from the judges. I want them to come and tell us what are we not doing for them to be able to perform at a better level, especially with the kiosk.
Available?
I'm sorry,
When were the
Commissioner, we can't
kiosks
hear you.
available for use?
Oh, gosh, I mean, more
Back
than a
in
year.
June, the first kiosk was we ordered kiosks back in June of 2020.
Yeah.
We licensed,
Right when
Yeah,
the
right,
court
yeah.
system pretty much was shut down.
exactly. And we went to, we did 10 courtroom license, 10 remote access for attorneys to talk to their inmate, and a kiosk. We've gone now, again, 2021, went to 12. And really 14 hardened floor stand kiosks. So, so we doubled.
Also, the sheriff's staff was needed, though, to transport.
We did that.
I was going to
Okay.
finish, and that was
Okay.
my, leading question was, but then I thought that we did approve additional sheriff officers to transport people within the jail,
We did.
right?
Yeah.
Yes, Commissioner. So in addition to these costs for the equipment, the licenses, we approve additional, I think, a total of 8 staff in the Sheriff Department just to work this kiosk. And so what I do is I meet with the judges and say, okay, what is it that y'all need to move the jail chain? Because that's our concern. And whatever they say, I go to Dr. Watkins, the budget office, says, hey, do we have the money to give them this? Because they say they needed to move the jail chain. And so it's not just equipment and licenses, it's also staff. And then we're hoping to start the middle of next month, the backlog court, which is a whole nother set of monies that you've appropriated. So whatever they ask for at this point, we're giving it to them. Now we'll go back and let Dr. Garcia ask and talk to them about issues of interpreters, issues of the kiosk. Now, the one thing I want to caution is this. I'm going to ask the court manager's office to get a list of those judges with a specific requests for the licenses, because as you can see in one of the slides, we have enough, and 2 of them are not being used. And I don't want us to buy more unless we have a commitment from them that, yes, we will use the license. In their defense, with the pending Davies lawsuit, they were concerned, the district judges didn't want to join us in doing a lot of these things. Now that has subsided to a large extent, I'm saying to them, can we get on board now and work with the county, the districts, to reduce this jail chain? And some of them have committed.
And that was, as far as I'm concerned, Judge Huff,
Yes.
even during the pendency of the lawsuit, used the kiosks.
Yes.
Well, I don't disagree with what anyone is saying. I talked to some of our judges recently about how we might move that jail chain by getting more people out that are low risk. And they told me some things that I think we should look at. I was told that if we could get Adobe Pro for everyone, that this would help because there'd be a timestamp on their signature. Now, this is not in jury trials. This is just in moving people if I'm a defendant and the judge is signing something for my release, apparently without Adobe Pro, it's taking longer, and with Adobe Pro, it can be faster. And, you know, I defer to the people that are smarter about programs than me, but some of the judges aren't using this Adobe Pro. The idea that some of the judges, and these are the ones that are more in favor of bail reform, had, is as COVID cases come down, it's something we might think about, and according to Dr. Wong, assuming we don't have another one jump up and bite us and do us, then we're looking at about 5 weeks. They want to see the possibility of hiring more prosecutors and PDs and having a type of a kind of like night court, if you remember the old show Night Court, where people come in, the PD represents you only for the bail hearing. There's prosecutors and PDs that are dedicated to that, and a couple of magistrates that are dedicated to that. Now, that's expensive, but I'm wondering if ARPA might cover the vast majority of that, given how we got this backlog in the first place. And now might be the time for us to really, as people are facing re-election, to find out what their position would be, these judges that are facing re-election, on allowing our PDs to help get people bonded and out of jail while awaiting trial, because that's another way that we're not spending, you know, that $1 per day.
But Judge, that's what we're doing, but we're already doing that, Judge. That's what, we're already, I haven't heard you say anything that we're probably not already doing.
Right. These are things that the judges are telling me we aren't doing but need to do.
Well,
Not that we're not, I agree with you, we're doing a little bit of in-person magistration, far more than we were doing before the bail lawsuit and all those things began. They think we could juice that quite a bit and get more people out. They could be wrong, but I tend to listen to the judges that are, you know, in the criminal courts.
Judge, and I appreciate your listening ear. I'm telling you, you know, and what concerns me is that, you know, everybody is boots on the ground right now. We've moved the pretrial release back up under the court. We've charged them up. Public defender's office. Everybody understands. I mean, that's what even the DA's office, in terms of mental health hearings, we get that report. We know exactly with jail population how many of those. They have a robust area that's doing nothing but honing in those areas. That's not our, you know, that's not our issue. If they're eligible for pretrial for release, our folks are there, and they're getting them out, and they're getting them out almost immediately. And one of the things we've tasked Mr. Steele with is that, you know, if they come in and they're inebriated or it does not appear as they, you know, we put a timer on them in terms of how long it takes them. We know in our jail sanitation how many times they're up in the towers. That tells us that when they hit magistration, they were not in a condition to be magistrated. But then we got pretrial release on their tails saying, hey, bringing them back down, setting a bond, boom. I'm telling you, I hear you, Judge, and I appreciate you. Those excuses, they are dadgummit not working. They're not working.
Well, the judges that I talk to are the ones that are working.
Okay, so you're talking to 2 or 3 of them that are working.
That's right. I'm talking to the ones.
But Judge, Commissioners, I will meet with them and ask them about the night court idea. I'll ask for details about that. Now, Judge, you are correct. When we launched the Kiosk in 2020, you know, if the judge is in point A, defendant is in point B, and the lawyer is in point C, we needed a way to move the documents electronically from one to the other and to allow for signature. There were some initial hiccups with the Adobe product, whether it was Adobe Sign, Adobe Pro, Adobe Doc, and we worked with IT to address those issues to be able to move the documents electronically from one to the other. Now, I will double check with the presiding judge, Judge Stephanie Huff, and Judge King, Angela King, to see are there any remaining issues with the Adobe products to move it through? Because I've been working with Ms. Kraft to address those issues. The night court is something new. I know we used to do it years ago, but I will talk with them and see if we can put together a plan to go along with the backlog court that we're starting in the middle of next month. And what is the appetite to facilitate a night court, because that's going to take a lot of different staff and security and issues. But I will listen to them, put together a plan, and bring it back to you and say, if we were to do that, here's what the additional cost is going to be, and to see if it can be funded by ARP.
And they're not
Because
talking
the point,
necessarily
I think
about
all
it
of us
being
would
at 3
agree
in the
that-
morning. I want you to understand what they're talking about. They're not saying night court needs to be at 3 or 4 in the morning. What they're saying is that process, whether it be at 2 in the afternoon or 2 in the morning, if we could keep that process going, virtually around the clock or nearly around the clock, they think it would lead to a lot more people getting out on personal recognizance and other type bonds, which would help on the bail reform side and help on the money side.
Right, because I mean, if I remember correctly, some of the issues with night court was cost.
What's what?
Cost, security cost over time, and things that we are concerned around this portion. The other issue, Adobe, I mean, we have gone through that. I mean, if you tell me that is not the right Adobe, please say so. I mean, that's news for me, Judge. I mean, I thought we have implemented what they wanted. And last but not least, coronavirus in the jail. Right. Because I have heard from some of them that the number, and we've seen these numbers every week, thanks to, to you guys that send us those numbers. We have almost the same number of jailers sick that inmates sick. And if just half of the ones waiting for their testing are positive, we don't have enough staff at the jail. And I don't know how much this is part of everything we are seeing in these numbers and this data today.
It was addressed in the meeting last week with the sheriff by law, and they acknowledged, that Chief Bonner acknowledged, look, if there's a defendant that has COVID, but he has a court proceeding, the process is we'll wait until the holdover at the back of the court is emptied out, and we will still have to bring him or her, or we can utilize the kiosk to facilitate the process. And so they said, the sheriff department, if y'all tell us as judge you need this person, we have to bring him to court or to the kiosk. Just tell us. And so, but I will continue working with them, the judiciary, to get needs that they have. And part of Commissioner Price mentioned, Dr. Garcia, one of the challenge was when COVID started, we had all these different platforms being used: Zoom, Teams, Kiosk, Cisco, Jabber, and all those various things we're using. And I asked them, so can we at least narrow down to 2 so we can have the staff and the money to support 2 platforms? We're working through that process with them still. I think most of them were concerned with Zoom because it was being bugged. There were stories of people bugging the Zoom.
And some of them prefer Teams, some of them prefer Zoom. There was a big discussion about that. Now, finally, we got to Teams.
But then bottom line, aren't we all kind of working towards one goal of a safe, efficient method of processing criminal justice through the system, right?
Ultimately, yes, ma'am. Yes.
And so the point of it is, when you say we all have to get the concerns of the judges along with the concerns of the sheriff's department, as well as the concerns of the attorneys, et cetera, who are all involved in the process to see. And I don't know, what I see is we're hitting on a number of those pressure points in order to effectively, efficiently move the cases forward.
Yes, ma'am.
The judges should run the court. Period. As the kids say. Period. That's it. And if they're operating the courts, they can make it happen. We've given the sheriff everything they need. There's nothing this court hasn't given. And now to come with all of this other stuff, well, you got the kiosk, you got the license, you're not using the license. Excuses. Show up for work and work. Don't show up at 9. Pass the case, and by 11:30 you gone. You know, I mean, we know what, you know, we know from Kiosk, we know what you're doing. You're not working. You know, all these other excuses, you're not working.
So for my part, I think there's kind of 3 sets of numbers that I need so we can make an informed decision. First, regarding the night court, you know, what are we trying to accomplish? If we're trying to accomplish alleviating the backlog of pleas, which makes sense, right? I don't need to be in my court that I started out in to do a plea if everyone's ready to do this, right? What is that plea backlog in felony and misdemeanor, right? I don't think there's any other major, there are going to be initially assigned cases to the backlog court, but I think when it comes to release valve type operations, that backlog court, that's going to be a big one. I don't know, you know, if there's motions that are anticipated there, but basically whatever we're going to bring to the backlog court that acts as a release valve for cases that are already in another court, what are those backlog numbers? So that way we can decide, you know, if we need a night court or if it just goes to a backlog court, because that's going to be important. The next kind of set of numbers, I was under the understanding, and I'm, you know, so I'm not, you know, questioning Judge whether or not this is true. It could be from the judge's empirical experience that they see bond cases that should be, you know what I mean? I was under the impression that the DA's office, that the sheriff's office, magistrates, everyone was optimizing to bond out folks that could be bonded out. I was under the understanding that everyone that's in jail on that's not bonded out is folks that we can't, right? That was the low-hanging fruit. If we're going to release pressure in the jail, the easiest thing to do is to get people out that should be out. So for the course of 2 years, that was my understanding. If that's not the case, then I need numbers on that. You know, where are there contested bond hearings? Where are you know, if we're seeing those rise recently, that may be the case. Maybe somehow we slacked. But for some reason, the last 2 years, I thought we were optimizing to get those folks out. So I need to see numbers on that to make an intelligent decision on some of those bond decisions. And then last, what I mentioned before, we need to have the metrics on jury trials, right? How many jury trials, just the raw numbers to shame the judges into doing it. But then also, we need to kind of have some follow-on effects. You know, we have a good couple months of jury trials. What happens to pleas? Do we see them go up? You know, we have a couple good months of jury trials. What happens to some of the bond discussions and so forth, knowing that a trial's coming up soon? Because that's going to help us know where we need to, you know, push the levers. So that's it.
And when I gave you those numbers a while ago, if you look in your deal, in the district court disposition, if you look at the end and the totals, one third of the cases are dismissed.
Yeah.
1/3.
Yeah.
In any year, they're dismissed.
And that compared to 19, that is unusual, right?
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's exactly right. That's my point. So, you know, I'm back to work again. 1/3 are dismissed. And Judge Creuzot made it clear the other day, you know, for any number of reasons. And when we talk about that 3-year, 4-year, those cases, they're going to clean them out, just like they did in the JP courts. When some of the JPs, you know, took office, he went in there, had cases, well, some people had with cases back to 1940, 1950. He went in there and dismissed just in one case, a court out of 10,000 cases. There was nobody around. Come on. But these are just for these 3 years.
Yeah.
And 1/3 of the cases being dismissed. So I'm just saying we need, you know, there's a few judges that are working, but very few.
Well, and I think with all this information they're asking for, Gordon, which is all good information to have, we should talk to those judges who are working. And, you know,
All 3 of them.
Yeah, and see what they, you know, if they can get to this data.
On the different courts, Mr. Heiko, and also add, you know, with the night court, Spanish court. See, that's an idea that has been also around, knowing that we don't have enough interpreters, knowing that we don't have any Latinos in the criminal courts that speak Spanish, so probably throw it in.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
What is the time frame on the setting up of the backlog court?
Commissioner, I'm glad you asked that. I just received an email that the judges for the EPO, Emergency Protective Order Court, have agreed they can use the DA grand jury room. They just notified me this morning. They've had cases set this week already. I have asked them to make sure they can vacate the courtroom we're going to use for the backlog court by the end of this month, so that by February 7th, that Monday, we can begin the process of the backlog court. So the goal is no later in the middle of next month to start. People are still hiring their staff, DA's office, PD's office, the clerk, the sheriff, and we've talked to the visiting judges who will work in the backlog court. So that's the targeted time.
Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, well, I know everybody looks forward to the next presentation, and I wouldn't, you know, what's amazing to me, the more I go out there, is just, you know, it's, you make it a little larger. This is the one that I sent you, and I guess I'm just continuously amazed. And so whoever did the, you know, I told them in court order, I think it's either 2818 as we get to it, the $45 million we're going to give Parkland. I just want to make sure they're not going to buy any monkey mugs. The piece you have on the screen is a picture out of New York. And it said, parents and students at Long Island High School are outraged after teachers made what they say is a racist and derogatory comment regarding African Americans during a class presentation. During a trip to the Bronx Zoo, 4 black Longwood High School students posed for a photo. Weeks later, that photo appeared in a slideshow in a zoology class after a photo of a gorilla at the zoo, along with the captions, "Monkey see" and "Monkey do." The students and parents announced plans to file a $12 million federal lawsuit against the school district alleging civil rights violations. They want the 2 teachers responsible for the slideshow to be suspended immediately and eventually fired. And I quote, "How could an educator put together a video like that, tasteless as it is, and show that in class?" Close quote, asked Butch Murray, the grandfather of one of the students featured in the photo. Another angry parent echoed his sentiments, saying, "This is not a joke. It's not funny to compare our children to animals." Kevin Birchburn, one of the students seen in the photograph, said he felt, quote, "utterly disturbed and humiliated after seeing his photo used in this slide. What was done here was willful, intentional attempt to assert racial inferiority of black people," said John Ray, the lawyer for the students and families. Birchburn also said school officials threatened to suspend him if he didn't get rid of a social media post using the video of the slideshow. They were just trying to bury this, trying to cover it up, he said. "I just didn't want to let this go. We want justice, and we want it for all of us." In a statement, Longwood student superintendent Michael Longren called the photo an unfortunate lapse of judgment that reminds us that we must be more aware of the feelings of our multicultural population. The district did not respond to Birnbaum's allegation that they tried to get rid of the photo and had no comment on the plan for the lawsuit in general. I can't even imagine what he would think about a highly paid professional at Parkland Health and Hospital System giving monkey mugs as gifts to black employees. And the beat goes on.
And next we get to our consent agenda, and Dr. Garcia is not pulling sheriff's personnel today, and it looks like a better mixture of folks. So kudos to HR and the sheriff's folks for that work. All those in favor of the consent agenda?
Aye. I move the consent agenda.
Second.
Yeah. All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Next, we have the bids. Is there a motion on the bids?
Move the award of the bids.
Second.
All right, any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Next, we have the RFPs.
With regards to the RFP, I'm going to move it. Hopefully, Dr. Wong, you still there?
Second.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Let me just tell you, this is the one last year that we arm wrestled about. And this grant starts on March the 1st, 22. It is the second of the previous grant, second award. This is the second round. And so, when did you get the notice of the award? Because here we are getting ready to start this grant. The grant starts on March the 1st, and here we are at the end of January. So I want to know, when did we get this award notice? And this is the second round. See, this happened with the previous grant. And what happens is when it gets that late, it cuts into the actual grant term. So when did we get the award, the notice for the second round?
I'll have to check on that. I don't have it at my fingertips here. I can try to find that.
Well, I know Mr. Frost is on the line. This is the same problem we had the last time. Now, granted, this is second round. But what that does to recipients is puts that pressure on them and it cuts into the actual grant term. So, and I know we're not in a position to modulate because that's the reason they tell us. It starts on March the 1st. And so I just want to know when we got it. I've already moved it and Commissioner Koch is second. But let me just tell you, we got to start doing a better job on giving our recipients a chance, to perform full term. We should have gotten this, knowing this is the second round, we should have gotten this award some time ago. Anyway, I'm sure we all want the information, but I definitely want it. Got a motion and a second. Any unreadiness?
Well,
On the RFP.
okay, second,
Yeah, no, Commissioner Koch second. I'm just saying, any unreadiness?
no.
No.
All those in favor, let it be known by use sign of voting.
Aye.
Aye.
Those who are opposed, same sign. Chairs in the affirmative. Court orders L1 through L38 with addendums 38 through 45.
39 to 45.
Yeah, I said 39 to 45. Now, I pulled 39 for 2 weeks. I told Commissioner Daniels as late as yesterday. I've said for 2 weeks, I have not heard from this person.
On that, my understanding, Commissioner, is we're talking about Parkland.
Yes.
Parkland. Yeah, she's called you 5 times and left you at least 4 messages.
What, is she calling a telephone post? Hell, I'm here every day. Where? Show me where she's called me. My staff is here, and I'm here every day.
Yeah, let me look at the number.
What number she called?
Oh, well, hang on, I gotta open the
It must be the one the FBI had, because my number's still good, and I'm here every day. And I even go.
214-653.
Let's not do that in a public meeting.
653 what?
Your office one.
It's not coming through. I'm checking my messages every day.
You know,
I'm pulling it for 2 weeks, Judge. I got, the law says that you move to a successor. I've even told her, I've gone to her office.
I don't disagree with you pulling it for 2 weeks. This is not an emergency item in that the person who is sitting in the seat now, last day is the 31st, correct? But, you know, what I understand from Ms. Minner, who I've had a chance to talk to, is that she called the number, she even spoke to a person at your office who gave her a different number.
No. I have gone to Commissioner Daniels for the last 2 weeks and said, and in fact, as late as yesterday, say, I haven't heard from her. I've got a cell number. Nobody's called me, and I'm in here every day, Judge.
Is it okay if I give
Sure.
that woman your cell?
Yeah.
Which we won't say, obviously.
Are we pulling that one for 2 weeks, or are we pulling it to the next court? February 1st, so it's a week.
So we can put it on for next
Because I
Tuesday.
don't see it as a problem. It's not an emergency. We'll have the person, if that's who the court chooses, then they'll have that person in there. There won't be a lapse in service.
Aren't the elections for the next chair tomorrow?
I don't know when the election for the next chair is.
What did you say?
The elections for the new Parkland chair are tomorrow, aren't they?
Yeah, but that would still be the
Yeah,
current, that
I
would
think
still be the
that was a
current.
concern. There's a member of the Parkland Board who we appreciate their service, but who won't be there past the end of the month, who is telling other board members if they're elected chair, they're gonna get to stay for another 2 years. So that's a concern, but,
I could not hear part of what you
I'm
said,
sorry.
I'm sorry.
So the concern there is a member of the Parkland Board who we appreciate everyone's service, but their service is over, but they're telling the other board members that the court will keep them around for 2 years if they're elected chair, which I understand from previous discussions of the court, that's not the case. We're replacing the person.
No.
So, you know, but again, I think that somebody could look at this video and see where we are on that. It's not, if Commissioner Price, I want to make sure that on a joint appointment, everybody has a chance to talk to the person that we're considering, and anyone else that folks are considering, let's all talk to them before February 1st.
Well, we can
I don't
talk to
think we have to
other,
put somebody in there just to make it clear to the board. It's pretty clear to the board, I think, at this point, that we're putting somebody in there.
well, no, I mean, you don't get a chance. I did see, my 2 colleagues' appointments. I did the go in the background. I mean, that's their choice. I ain't got nothing to say about it. Again, because I know Commissioner Daniel brought this person forward, or at least I thought she did, I've gone to her at least 3 times and said, I cannot I've been here every day, Judge, every day.
Well,
And I return all of my calls.
I'm not doubting you or doubting her. I'm just relaying to you what she's told me.
Yeah, well, again.
Well, knowing that there's only the fact that Commissioner Price needs to talk, and I rightly so, to the appointee, I have no problems with that either. I just want to thank Mr. Jesse Vallejo for his service in the Parkland Board. We really appreciate his leadership and his commitment, and we wish him the best, and I just wanted to put that on the record.
And I want to second that. As we cycle off, you know, people who are appointments, it's certainly not because of anything they did in a negative way. The Saranac report essentially said 3 major things to look at. That we need to increase our board size from 7 to 11. That we needed to have core competencies represented on the board. And that we needed to not have holdovers that would end up having the board be captured by personalities and individuals rather than a fresh board to critically review the work of the C-suite and hold them accountable to the, you know, to their performance metrics.
Or have the institutional knowledge of knowing who, you know, who's not performing and not doing anything about it.
Well, and I can see that, you know, argument, but it's not, the difference is not like an argument over term limits in the sense of like elected officials. Saranac was who the federal government told us we should hire. It's who we chose to hire, and they laid out what the rules would be for an effective board, because without question, and no disrespect to the people that were on the board, the federal government found that there were serious life jeopardy issues at Parkland, and that the board was not functioning in a way to protect the patients, and that's why they wanted these changes.
Yeah, well, that had more to do with administration than the board.
Well, certainly.
Okay.
But there were 738,
Findings.
points of deficiency.
Findings.
Yeah.
Yes, I know. I read them all, Jay, and I've revisited. That's the reason why I was continue to talk about core competency with regards to nursing, and nobody's complained about nursing more than I have. But even on this court, we've had holdovers from our appointments.
Well,
I think all of us would agree that the nursing aspect is, because it's more than half of all of the staff of Parkland, that it is critical to have that viewpoint. And that's why in looking at Mr. Vallejo rolling off the board, how important it was to find somebody who would be able to represent, who would be able to express a knowledge of nursing staff and that part of providing health care.
Well, it's not just the
That's why
knowledge.
it's important for
It's-
us
it's
to
not
keep
just-
that on track.
It's not just the knowledge, it's the courage to speak to it. One of the things, you can have people with all the knowledge in the world. Knowledge in and of itself is not power. It's the courage to speak to the knowledge. And again, that's one reason I wanted to, I've read the resume, I haven't talked to the person.
Yeah. Well, this is a particular person who not only has a long-time commitment to nursing as a profession, to providing those services in a departmental leadership role, but also in the nursing community and in a variety of places around the world. So her unique experience, I think, is something that will be valuable to this particular board as far as being able to see where is Parkland and what are better ways that we can include nursing.
Parkland still has a problem on inclusion and diversity, or diversion and inclusion, whichever way you want to, and that's still my issue. So when I look at the nursing corps, over 6,000, what percentage of them are African American? What percentage of them are Hispanic? Where are they recruiting from? What did the last class do? They haven't done that kind of work. And Press Ganey, I go back to Press Ganey again. They finally, after I continued to talk about nursing personnel, Karen Watts, finally, they got rid of her. I complained from the time she came. Finally, nursing. Anyway, okay, it's pulled. I still look forward, and I'm available.
And let me go through the pulls and what I understand them to be, and make sure I've got everybody. All right, so we're looking at court orders L through 38, addendums 39 through 45, pulling 5 off the agenda for 2 weeks at the request of Commissioner Koch, pulling 23, 24, 40, 42 for a separate vote, pulling 39 for 2 weeks at the request of Commissioner Price, and we have a speaker on 9. Now, hang on a second.
Correct, yes.
Did you pull 38?
Hang on 1 second.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No, you didn't pull 38.
Pull 38.
Pulling 38. Oh, and I didn't, okay, we're pulling that for 2 weeks or a separate vote?
We're pulling it for 2 weeks.
Okay, yeah. I don't think I
38
got my
also?
question
Yes.
answered. I bet I know what your question is. Okay, so let's try that again. First, the ones that are pulled for 2 weeks are 5, 38, and 39, okay? And we're gonna vote on all the rest of them. We're gonna vote on 9, 23, 24, 40, and 42 as separate votes. 9 because there's a speaker on it, and the rest because someone asked for a separate vote. So can I get a motion on that?
So move.
Second.
All right. Motion by Commissioner Garcia and second by Commissioner Daniel. Is there any discussion on the non-controversial court orders?
I just have a few comments. I'm talking about inclusion and diversity. I didn't pull personnel today, Judge, just because not good, but moving in the right direction here in Dallas County, not in Parkland, right here. Okay, with that being said, about the court orders that we are about to approve, I wanted to say that, you know, I'm very delighted to see agenda item number 6, the sheriff credit card uses and fees. You know, I don't know how much this has to do on the overall picture, but just the fact that you cannot pay with a credit card when in most places you can pay with a credit card right now, it's a welcome, you know, moving forward issue. I want to put in the record that it will be administered by a third party, so it's not being administered by Dallas County. I also see the new clinic supervision position for the Texas Refugee Medical Screening. I know that I have talked to Dr. Huang about this. You definitely need a bilingual person right there. Then the other 2 items are being pulled for individual consideration. So on the miscellaneous brief, there's $150,000 for weekly meals services, 3 meals a day for 12 weeks for people with COVID. Mr. Martin, Mr. Basan, where is that at? Is that a hotel? How are those 3 meals for 12 weeks, where they come from?
That I'm not aware of, Doctor. I think, is that a Health and Human Services item?
Yeah, it's on the briefing and the miscellaneous.
Not Health and Human Services.
$150,000 for weekly meal services, 3 meals a day for 12 days.
Just for
I mean, I'm not opposed.
It's for the quarantine shelter for the homeless. That is through HHS.
So it's going to the bridge?
Dr. Wong?
We're quarantined.
No, it's not going to the bridge. It's a temporary shelter that we've been working on with city and some of the other partners they've been having with Omicron a lot of persons that have been testing positive, so a place for them to go.
Dr. Wong, you need to show your picture, please, when you're speaking.
Oh, sorry. Hold on.
Okay. Oh, I mean, that's fine, Dr. Huang. I just wanted to know what that went into the miscellaneous. But definitely, I know that a lot of the people and the homeless that are tested through some of the recreation centers go to a hotel and a way that we can isolate them. And if that is in conjunction with the city, I know where it is going to. Thank you, Doctor. I just didn't know. It didn't say specifically where it was going. So that was my question.
Sure.
I have 2 very quick questions. But first of all, I want to make the observation that once again, I'm always amazed at the breadth of the decisions that we make on any given Tuesday morning here through Commissioner's Court, and just the number of people it takes to move these things forward. I did have 2 questions, though, on order number 12, which is the marketing project for the election department. Is there a time frame on that?
Mr. Scarpello, he's on, but I can answer, but I think he's on.
I am on. Hello. Yes, that is being filmed this week as soon as you guys gavel that down, and it's a segment as part of our normal training. It's an addition to our normal training. It's about teamwork and especially considering that this election is a joint election for the first time. So it's a teamwork video about Republicans and Democrats working together.
And Mr. Scarpello is bilingual, right, in English and Spanish?
This would not need to be bilingual because it's facing only to our poll workers, and all poll workers need to speak English and English.
Okay.
And if they're a bilingual poll worker, English and Spanish or English and Vietnamese.
Okay, thank you. Because I know the new rules require other languages as well. So, but this is for poll workers. Got you. Thank you.
That's correct.
Right. But the time is short, which is why I asked the question, and I did not see a due date on order number 12, which is why I asked about that.
That will be in time for our training that begins next Wednesday.
Okay. Yeah, because I've been hearing people who expect to be trained looking for that information. And so I'm glad to hear that it's imminent and will be sent out very shortly. The second question I had was on item number 33, which is a wildlife parkway improvement project. And the first paragraph that's included there, or at least the version that I have, is a little, it's missing some words.
Under the background information, I see it is missing
Yeah.
a paragraph, it appears.
Okay.
It was just filling that in with the proper. But once again, just, there's so many people that are needed to make this this organization move forward. So thank you for all the efforts.
On 30, is Mr. Crawford on the line? Because while this is followed, supposed text dot, this is, I got a real problem with whether or not everybody has been certified. Mr. Crawford, you there?
Yes, I am, sir.
Court Order 30, Pleasant Run, Phase 3, MCIP, and this is a change order, and I'm showing the utilization of those individuals that are part of this, but are all of these individuals already, are they compliant with the rules and regs of Dallas County?
Sir, in respect to this contract, as you know, this is a text dot, so we're following the DBE policy and requirements, first and foremost. As relates to Dallas County, the subcontractors are certified as SBEs and have been verified.
So all of them have been certified, and we've been given notice of their utilization.
Yes, sir. We're currently working with the prime. There is one subcontractor by the name of Shalom Services Corp., who is currently MBE and DBE certified. And so we're working with the prime to get that information entered into our B2G Now system for compliance purposes. So we are working directly with them.
Well, okay, I appreciate you working with them, but is it so as we move forward today, is this already in the system?
It is. Initially, they applied for their SBE certification, and that's what I'm responding to. So I will correct that. For Shalom Services, they are currently certified, and I'm just working with the agency to ensure that that application will be approved and processed accordingly.
But they're not as of this court order.
That's correct, sir.
So we betting on the come.
I beg your pardon, sir?
We betting on the come on the certification of SBE.
Yes. But as this is a text dot project, we're following the DBE policy. So that we're in accordance and compliance with that policy.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Today, they're actually at 10.42%. So the prime contractor has met their 6% goal for the project.
What does this particular person who is not SBE certified, what percentage are they?
Their percentage, I'll have to get that information. I'll have to check with my team to get that actual percentage for the sub. Because they were not certified, that information was entered into the system, and we're currently verifying it, so I didn't count it towards this compliance piece, and the 10% that I'm actually talking, the 10.42% is in with respect to the 2 certified subcontractors.
But the 2 certified contractors are white females.
That is correct, sir.
And we don't know what percentage of contract they have, but no minorities. But okay, I got you. Okay.
All right, anything else before you vote on these?
See, Judge, but I still just go and talk about how we deal with policy around here. When we say we have goals and objectives, and I get that. And I know this is text doc, but, you know, we just do a pass-through. It's kind of like I told a group last week during Martin Luther King, $17 billion in this region, taxpayer money, and it just passes through. But we capture white females, which are definitely a minority in some countries. Okay.
Again, I share your concern, but it is on us.
The speaker needs to speak before you vote.
Oh, we pulled out 9 for that.
Okay.
Yeah.
And also, number 5, I know you pulled for 2 weeks, but the sheriff's office is here if you have any questions on that FBI contract with the sheriff's office.
Number 5?
Yes.
Yeah, but Commissioner Koch pulled it.
Yeah.
What do you want to hear from them on whatever your issue is? Commissioner Koch, do you have any questions?
Oh, no. Just what I received from budget was the understanding that DA has not yet approved it, and that, you know, we're waiting on the other side to approve it before we approve it here.
I'll be happy to discuss that with you. It's just a matter of the form of it being an MOU versus a contract and some of those concerns, but we don't stand in the way of a department that wants to proceed. It's a contract that's been done in the past for a long time, but we just wanted to make the court aware that it's in the form of an MOU, not a contract, and it has certain obligations.
Okay. Yeah.
So it is, so you are going to pull it for 2
I'm
weeks?
still pulling it, yeah. Budget wanted that also.
So, Commissioners, so 2 weeks or you mean next week? Because the meeting
Next week's fine.
Okay.
Next week's fine, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, anything else before we vote on these? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, and the next thing up is number 9, and we have a speaker on 9. Will the bailiff please read the rules of decorum for our public speaker?
All Commissioner Court attendees are hereby advised that this meeting is conducted in accordance with the provision of Dallas County Code, Section 74-71. Visitors and registered speakers are to preserve order and decorum at all times. Personal, profane, or slanderous remarks are not appropriate and will not be allowed at any time during this public meeting. Any and all applause is to be kept brief in observance of time constraints. Disruptive visitors and or registered speakers may be removed and are subject to the penalties provided in the State of Texas Penal Code, Sections 38.13, 42.01, and 42.05. Registered individual speakers are limited to a maximum of 3 minutes, and the maximum discussion on any one topic is limited to 30 minutes. Thank you.
I move L9.
Second.
All right. And it's been moved and seconded. Let's hear from our speaker before we vote. And our public speaker on this is Eric Bean.
Can I do a little bit of an introduction on this?
Certainly.
I had the pleasure of meeting Dr. Bing, and as you you're probably aware that my appointment, Paula Dobbs-Wiggins, has termed out on the Parkland Board of Governors. And she has done an incredible service to the county, to all of its citizens, and to Parkland Hospital. I think in Dr. Bing, we have found somebody who brings a unique perspective that will help the Parkland Board and Parkland be aware and be responsive in different kinds of ways. He not only is a medical doctor, being trained in psychiatry, but he also has a very deep educational background in public health, with not only a master's in public health, but a PhD in public health. And he has spent time, obviously, in psychiatry, but also with topics such as AIDS, HIV, and has ended up using his expertise in global healthcare from a variety of perspectives. He not only has been very active in committees in Washington, D.C., but also South Africa, Nigeria, Gambia, the World Health Organization, and he is currently at the Center for Global Health that is housed at SMU. And just as a side note, too, he has an awareness of where he is, and he's a member of the Friends of Katy Trail. So I look forward to what he does bring to the Parkland Board, because it is a slightly different, more of an overview perspective. So Dr. Bing, thank you very much for taking time out of your day to join us here. And you have, I think, the 3 minutes to address us.
Well, thank you very much. And can you hear me?
Yes.
It's quite an honor to be invited to join the Parkland Board of Managers. As you mentioned, I am a physician and an epidemiologist, but I was also born in a hospital like Parkland, and got much of my care there as well. And for 20 years, I worked at Martin Luther King Hospital, or Charles Drew University in Los Angeles, which was with Martin Luther King Hospital, very much like the population and the care that, or challenges that are experienced by Parkland Hospital. So I really just want to thank you for the opportunity to work today in the day of COVID. I really can't think of any place that I would rather be than to be able to work with and serve the County of Dallas at Parkland. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bing. We look forward to working together.
Thank you for your willingness to serve.
Thank you.
Seems like a great appointment. Thank you.
There's,
All right,
well,
let's see. Next we have.
Oh, we got a call.
did you carry that?
Oh, I'm sorry. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Sorry about that. Okay, next we have court order number 23. Before we get to that, by the way, just kind of news you can use, personal privilege. I know people have had a hard time finding the home test, but with our health plan, you can get up to 8 home health tests. You pay for it, then you get reimbursed. You can get up to 8 of those a month through United Healthcare. And so if it's like mom and 2 kids, that would be 24 a month, is my understanding. Is that right? And someone just sent me, and it was kind of clunky, but I made the thing work. Albertsons has test for less than $10 a test. And I don't know if that's a 2-pack or a 1-pack, but to make sure it worked, I just ordered 2. I did have to put my credit card in 5 different times and use 2 different credit cards, but it did finally work. And so if you're still looking, can't find it at CVS, Walgreens, Kroger, whatever, apparently, according to my staff, there's quite a bit of this at Albertsons online.
The only thing, I guess I appreciate these daggum home tests. I just want to know how you're going to keep up now with all these dadgum supposed home tests. How you gonna keep up with what the hell's going on?
Yeah, well, there's no way to do that if you mean tracing, because there's no mechanism to report the home test. However, you know, what we know is if you, with this hive spread as you have, if you get a group of 10 or 20 people together, you're probably gonna be unpleasantly surprised if you test them, because one or two of them are gonna have COVID.
Okay, that didn't answer the question. I mean, we've been tracking, we've been following, you know, we've been doing all of this tracking, tracing,
Right.
all of this. We've been made all of these investments. So I'm just asking, with all of these quote home kits,
Yeah. So there's not a mechanism to track a home health kit unless the person gets sicker and goes in and gets a trackable kit with a medical provider. The tracing programs, people get some confusion about the tracing programs because they say, well, gosh, now that you have 5,000 a day or 6 or 7 or 8,000 a day, like we did a couple of weeks ago, how do you track all those people? There's a capacity of tracking that you have, and it goes towards the places with the biggest, for lack of a better word, bang for the buck. So nursing homes, senior centers, places where we really don't want there to be a spread. But you make the point, it's a good point, and I make it each day in my comments on the numbers is, the numbers you're looking at, what, you know, at this time of high spread, don't include a huge swath of people who are not all that sick, but have tested positive on a home kit. And this takes us to 23.
Commissioner Koch, would you like to do 23 and 24 together, or you want to go one by one?
Yeah, doing 23 and 24 together actually makes a lot of sense.
Is there
So,
pretty much
is
the
there a
same?
motion on 23 and 24?
can we do that?
23 and 24, put them together since they're related.
Yeah, he can do it.
Okay, I moved 23 and 24.
Second.
Okay. And Commissioner Cox, did you want to say some things on this? Since you said
Yeah, I think we got to approach this carefully. So as we heard from Dr. Wong earlier, you know, we have the same level of transmissibility with individuals that are vaccinated versus those that are unvaccinated. So we've heard the refrain continuously, let's follow the science. So the best way and to follow our stated goal is to promote safety and health in the workplace, is to test all employees, vaccinated or unvaccinated, during this period of high spread. So, you know, to restate that, right, we want to mitigate the spread of coronavirus at the workplace, all right? And we're doing that. The vehicle to do that is to test employees for COVID. And since we know that vaccinated individuals, I'm vaccinated, I got COVID. I got it, you know, last week. I know there's others in our midst that have had the same thing, right? And the evidence regarding that piece of the science is pretty overwhelming. I mean, early on in November, it was determined that vaccines were 60% protective against Delta. I'm sorry, 60% protective against the spread before Delta, 40%.
Sorry to interrupt. Did you say you got it last week?
No, a week and a half further back than that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no,
I was going to say, please put your mask back on.
No. 2 days after last quarter, right? I tested. Yeah. No. I've been testing negative for quite some time now. All right, so that number regarding protective against spreading was 40% with Delta. Omicron is still, there's still some uncertainty regarding the ability to spread for those vaccinated individuals, but what we've understood from the University of Copenhagen, SSI, that the virus is mainly spreading more rapidly because it's better at evading immunity, right? So there was the theory that it's perhaps that it survives longer in the air, but the quote is, our findings confirm that the rapid spread of the Omicron variant primarily can be ascribed to the immune evasiveness rather than the inherent increase in transmissibility. So, you know, there's absolutely, truly a personal benefit to vaccination. You know, you have lower rates of serious illness, hospitalization, and death. But if we're truly following the science regarding a safe workplace, what we should do is rather than requiring a PCR test, we should trust our employees, give them rapid tests. And this is where we come in with 23 and 24. We give our employees, throughout this period of high spread here into February, significant rapid tests in order to test, right? And when and if they are tested positive, they then go and get a PCR test. The proof of that PCR test, negative PCR test, then entitles them to that 48 hours worth of leave, regardless of vaccination status. Because as the judge mentioned in our last court, we create a perverse incentive if we only give 48 hours of leave to the vaccinated. Because what ends up happening is unvaccinated folks that are mild symptoms or asymptomatics are going to force themselves into work in order to not lose that time. So they'll keep it quiet from us. So to create all the right incentives and to truly create a safe workplace, what we need to do is test everyone, the entire population of our employees that are in the office. When they test positive on a rapid test, they go get a PCR test. Proof of positive PCR test entitles you to the 48 hours worth of leave. That is where the least amount of perverse incentives poison the well here, because honestly, and this is, kind of where the rubber meets the road. We've heard the judge say that this is team virus versus, team human, right? Team human versus team virus. If we go forward with those that are vaccinated don't have to get tested, it's merely a punitive measure regarding those that are unvaccinated to push them into the camp of being vaccinated, right? That's the stick rather than the carrot, and it becomes team vaccinated versus team virus. And as that temperature is raised in other countries, in this country, we've seen the grossly negative effects of this. So if we really mean to make the workplace safe, everyone gets tested. If we really mean to continue keeping the workplace safe, once you have that positive PCR test, then you're entitled to the 48 hours.
So, I would say to that, after having visited with HR, I think there is merit. It's just super expensive, but there's merit to testing everyone given the Omicron. But it's been pointed out to me, and I'm moved by it after listening to folks, that if we were to say to folks, take a test at home, there would be some folks, not many, but some, who might use the same test with a picture on their phone, or might test one person in the family and feel like, well, my wife is negative, I'll just use her test because we don't have that many tests, or we're stockpiling these to have a big Super Bowl party or whatnot. So I think testing is going to need to be, whatever that employee group is, it's going to need to be in a controlled environment where the test is given and we can tell that the person actually took the test. The thing about the leave that Dr. Garcia has said that I'm getting now is the 48 hours of leave. Okay, whether I'm vaccinated or not, if I test positive with COVID, I am going to be on leave for at least 5 days. If I have symptoms, it could be longer, but I'm going to be out for 5 days and then back with my mask on, strictly for 5 days, at best case scenario. For those who have done all that they can to protect them, I think that the HR position that, I've come to accept, and looking also at the cost of all of this for the taxpayers, ultimately it's the taxpayers that are giving people extra hours of pay without working. If I've done all that I can by getting my shots and my booster, and then I get the Omicron variant, what we're saying as an entity is, we're not going to make you use any of your sick time. We're going to give you 48 hours. If I've decided that I'm willing to risk it for me, I don't buy into the community argument that my vaccination protects you and that I need to do something to help the community. I look at it only through my eyes, and I decide that I want to risk getting COVID because I don't want to get the shot. I don't believe in vaccines, or I heard it made my friends sick. So I want to take that risk, and I take that risk, and I get COVID. We're not saying you're not getting your sick days. We're just saying you're using the sick days that you've always had. You're not getting an additional 48 hours of taxpayer paid leave because you've decided that was the course you wanted to take. And I'm comfortable with that. And that's not a pick on to the people that haven't had the shot. It's just the reality that, if you choose a course of action, then you're gonna have to accept personal responsibility for that course of action.
So what about the individuals that are unvaccinated because of medical reasons? Do they are not allowed to get the extra 48 hours? I mean, they've worn their masks, they've done everything they could.
Yeah, we could look at that. I am not aware of any person, who is you hear these stories of, my doctor says I can't be vaccinated, but then when you actually ask for a note from the doctor, you can't get that, because I'm not aware of a condition, pregnancy or whatever, that stops people from actually getting vaccinated and it being recommended that they get vaccinated. But I suppose if they had that, and if they took that to HR, that could be something that could be looked at, would be my thought.
I mean, at the end of the day, this is merely team vaccine versus team unvaccinated, and that's how it's going to come off from the employee. I mean, from the numbers that we've heard, the majority of employees are unvaccinated. Is that correct? We had something like 20% say, or no, what was the percentage of vaccinated?
Well, I think,
30%.
Only that what was reported to PEBC, so we
Repeat
really
that,
don't know.
Mr. Martin, can you repeat it? We couldn't hear you here.
According to HR, it's about a third of folks were vaccinated, but those are the only ones that reported to PEBC through our health insurance. So there's probably a little bit more than that. We just don't have that exact number.
I would ask for that because we should be able to take the data from the state and cross-tab it with our employee base.
no.
Because of HIPAA, I don't think we'll be able to get that information because of HIPAA.
No,
But
he said, and when I followed through and asked him later on, he said that probably in terms of our staff that has been vaccinated, it's probably closer to about 60 to 70%.
Yeah, you'll be pleasantly surprised,
So
because
we
looking into
can
this.
come closer to a true number on that.
Yeah. Well, when you
I
start
guess,
this
yeah.
program, you'll likely get people, if you do it the way that HR has written it, as opposed to the way that Commissioner Koch is saying, test everyone, which, well, either way, you'd get the information, because you'd get the information for them to qualify for the 48 hours of leave.
Right.
I discovered that our numbers are probably way off, because PBC doesn't have any proof that I'm vaccinated. The way they would get that proof, they didn't get that proof because I went to Fair Park and got my shot, or got my shots. They would get that because I go to my annual physical. If you're a relatively healthy person, you may not go see a doctor except for your annual physical. And my doctor says, are you vaccinated? And I say, yeah, I'm vaccinated. And I put it in the notes, and then they get it. So they weren't getting it just because we've been through the drive-through line at the CVS to get our vaccination. So we'll find out that number.
This is the way we'll get the truer number once we get this policy approved, because people either prove that, number one, that they've got the
It's hard to
vaccine.
understand what you're saying.
By passing this order, more than likely we'll get a closer number of how many people have been vaccinated in Dallas County. Because people either one prove that they've been vaccinated by showing that proof of vaccination, and then we can extrapolate from that how many people did not. So, passing this would help. I understand Commissioner Koch's point, and it may be a way voluntarily that we can ask people to test who have been vaccinated to take a self-test every week. And this way we can hand out self-tests to those who have been vaccinated and ask them, to just self-test every single week. Those who have not been vaccinated, though, we would still recommend that they go to a place that's been designated by HHS to get the PCR test.
They have to go to a place that's designated by HHS, or they can face disciplinary action or termination.
Right.
I mean, this.
So if we pass this today, what we could do is continue to look at this, because one point that Commissioner Koch makes that I've struggled with is, let's take something like a tax office, where by definition, the way it's set up is built before COVID. People are coming in there to work. There's a lot of interface with the public. It would make sense to me that in that indoor tight-spaced environment, everybody testing on Monday morning might make a lot of sense with Omicron and Omicron 2 coming. Maybe that the a couple of outbreaks down the road, we don't need that, but maybe with Omicron, maybe that makes sense. A road and bridge worker who's fully vaccinated, who's gonna drive a tractor that week outside, I don't know. But that's something HR can look at, and we can always go further in providing testing at our cost to our employees than we are today. I look at it a little bit differently, and I understand how a person might be put out that they're gonna be tested. But, knowing is half the battle, and I don't think our unvaccinated employees, who get unvaccinated for a variety of reasons, but they don't want to give the COVID virus to their grandma or really anybody, right? So getting them a free test every week, not a bad thing. Getting those who get vaccinated and have done all that they can to protect their coworkers, extra time off if they do get sick, it seems fair. It's not that we're not taking sick days away from those who don't get vaccinated. We're only adding sick days to those who choose to get vaccinated.
Well, and, I totally get where Commissioner Koch is going, and he has a few points like the judge just said, but I think it will be very hard to do with the whole workforce. So I agree with Judge Jenkins. While this is probably can have different ways of implementing, is a simple way to do it as soon as possible if this is the way the Commissioner's Court wants to go. And what I got last time is that we asked staff to come with a policy that will be easy to understand, easy to implement, and as fast as possible. So I want to thank Mr. Wilson and administration for this. So with this, we just hear Dr. Wong say, the vaccination trends, the impact on the workforce, and Dallas County has been impacted. I mean, from the jail all the way to all the offices, the county clerk, the tax office, et cetera, they all have closings due to lack of staff and staff getting sick. So while I agree that this probably can be a little bit more we can improve the way of implementation, and I hope that the testing manager can be implemented, which is agenda item number 40, which also Commissioner Koch, you brought up. I just hope that everything can be worked together in the most efficient manner. Now, as far as agenda item number 23, well, it's pretty much very well explained that it will start on January 28 and will end on March 31st, and that you will get the $100 if you put on a booster. So on agenda item number 24, my concern is that in the language that is in the agenda, it doesn't specify that it only says an employee shall notify the employee supervisor of a qualifying event in accordance to the department with departmental sick leave policies. It doesn't say that you have to have a positive test. Now, I know that you will send us the language that Mr. Wilson and I believe the district attorney work on. I believe if that language is implemented, it complements agenda item number 23. And that will be my recommendation to all of us, to be sure that it's very clear that there's nobody that says, well, the policy really doesn't say that I have to have a positive COVID test to get the 48 hours. So if that language is implemented there, I'm fine with agenda 23 and 24. Thank you, Josh. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you. Any further comments on this before we vote? Hearing none, all those in favor.
Well, the language will be implemented, right, Judge?
Mr. Wilson, did you hear Dr. Garcia's request?
Yes, and so we would probably, my thought is that we may need to amend the policy add a bullet under the temporary isolation leave is subject to the following procedures and conditions, and insert an employee must provide evidence of a positive COVID-19 test result obtained at a testing site and that the test cannot be self-administered.
Not be self-administered. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
For the leave.
For the leave, yes.
Correct.
All right, all those, so we got that then, we all set?
Yeah.
Well, because I wouldn't got my test through CVS pharmacy, but it was self-administered and supervised by the pharmacy staff.
That's not self-administered, that's supervised, so that would count.
So I think just the language, we need to make sure that that's real clear.
Yeah, well, instead of saying self-administered, you might say, and not an at-home test.
Okay,
That would be
excellent. Can you add that, Mr. Wilson?
Yes, I'll add not an at-home test instead
Okay.
of self-administered.
Thank you all.
Okay, I just need to make sure that if you're going to adopt that the maker and the person who seconded adopt those amendments as expressed.
Yeah.
So the maker was Garcia?
Yes, the maker accepts, the language that has been added to agenda item number 24 as far as a proof of COVID-19 testing being positive, provided by a reliable administrator, not home test.
And the seconder accepts the amendments to number 24.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Any abstentions? Okay, that passes 4-1 with Commissioner Koch voting no. That next one takes us to 40, which is the testing manager. Why are we, okay, somebody pulled that, so I
Yeah,
guess.
not,
Okay, go ahead.
well, you gotta put it up.
Okay, this is just hiring the testing manager.
Move number 40.
Move it.
Second.
Okay, a motion by Daniel, second by Price. What's your concern with 40?
Oh, well, no, if we were gonna adopt, and implement a plan that tested everyone and followed the science, we would have to change this in order to make sure that we,
Yeah, the tester have more capacity for all the
we'd have to
tests.
increase the capacity and make sure, and change the procedure slightly in order to accommodate that. So that's why this was pulled. It's, the logical piece, so.
And let me ask you, I only, since we're discussing it, how fast is this going to be implemented, Mr. Martin? Because, we're talking about starting on January 28th. Today is the 25th.
Commissioner, Mr. Martin, we had this conversation with staff, IT. The vendor had asked for 5 days from the date of approval. And so the vendor will be notified today if you approve it. Even though we have an effective date of the 28th, IT and HR understood there's still some things IT needs to do in terms of information putting out that with the way it is, it can be done with the 5 days. So even though it's effective at 28, we know not anything will happen under 28, but the goal is to give the vendor 5 days from today's date to stand up this system so that an employee can start submitting their information.
Has this employer, this company has experience on this? We're not the first client.
My understanding, Doctor, yes, it's the same company. Ms. Kraft, I know we discussed this Friday in the staff meeting, and Ms. Kraft, yes.
Yes, can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So to answer your question, Dr. Garcia, yes, they actually showed us, a dashboard. So they've done this before, as well. So, as part of the rollout, we might be able to get some of the stuff ramped up really quickly. I think what they did say from a Qualtrics perspective, it might take extra couple days to get some of that dashboard and reporting in place that, HR was looking for. So that'll be built in, but that would come, not within those 5 days. So maybe within a couple of weeks. At least that was our understanding when we scoped that out with the vendor and also HR.
They will be reporting to Mr. Wilson and Dr. Huang. They will be reporting to you. Who they will be reporting to?
Per Mr. Wilson's kind of guidance, they'll be reporting to HR. right, at this time. So for instance, me as a department head, I wouldn't really necessarily get that information, so.
Okay, that information will be given to Mr. Wilson, and Mr. Wilson will be working with the DA because some of this is confidential and protected by HIPAA, but will the Commissioner's Court will be able to see the amount of employees that are getting 48 hours?
Should be able to see at a high level who's been vaccinated, who hasn't been vaccinated. And, you know, as far as how the testing, you could see it via the day, via the month, via the week. That would be kind of the goal, you know, on the reporting. If you're looking for something specific, Dr. Garcia, we can make sure, you know, we communicate that back to Qualtrics as well as they're building the reports. So it's a pretty flexible platform. Parkland Health also uses that not only for the attestation, but for the actual, you know, they have a different process where they go through, or they used to go through, kind of a questionnaire and to exhibit the symptoms, you know, kind of like when you're going to a doctor's office, and then the results of that would be, you know, green light. So this solution's pretty flexible and can expand, you know, over time if we choose to as well.
Thank you, Ms. Kraft. Thank you, Mr. Martin. Thank you, Mr. Hacker.
Okay, we're all set? All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
All right, so that carries 4-1. Last, yeah.
42.
Last, we have attorney, I guess, Gordon, we probably need to do a little of that in closed, right?
Right.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So, we're gonna now, we have no more public speakers. We're now gonna adjourn, not adjourn, but, you know, recess for, closed session to consider matters under 551 of the government code as previously posted. Any action as a result of the closed session will take place in a subsequent open session. There'll likely be at least one action after closed, and that's the hiring of a lawyer. And so we'll start closed session here in 2 or 3 minutes. Thanks, everyone. basic.
Okay.
Okay, so we're back on the record at 1:18. We do have one matter to bring up, and that is court order number 42. Mr. Heichel, do you want to take us through that and what the blanks would be proposed?
It needs to be moved and seconded.
I'm sorry. Okay. Yes, Judge. For item number 42, the blanks, we're proposing 3 names of 3 different attorneys: Art Anthony, Javier Perez, and Paul Stafford would be the 3 lawyers. 1, 2, compensation at an hourly rate of $400 an hour, with caps not to exceed $20,000. Now, just to make this clear, $20,000 per the lawyers. So, and what I'm going to bring back to you on Tuesday, February 1st, are the 3 very specific contracts with the 3 lawyers with these terms and conditions. Their names, their rates, as I mentioned, and not to exceed amount. Okay? And so what I'm asking for is if we can approve the court order 42, where we fill in those blanks with those 3 names and that amount, $400 an hour, not to exceed $20,000 per lawyer, and with those 3 names.
Okay. And by voting on this today, somebody could give him advice tomorrow or later today, correct?
Yes, sir. Once you approve this, yes.
Is there a motion on number 42 as described by Mr. Heichel?
Someone.
Moved by Price,
Second.
second by Garcia.
So before we vote, I just want to get on the record that the district attorney's office can handle this advice. This is unnecessary. The individuals that have been named are kind of known individuals to be those that operate either within or in conjunction with both local and state Democrats regarding election issues. And before we take this vote, Judge Jenkins, does either Mr. Paul Stafford, Javier Perez, or Art Anthony, have they contributed to your campaign during the last 6 months?
Not to my knowledge.
I believe Mr. Perez has, so I think it would be appropriate for you to abstain from this vote.
No, I will not be abstaining from the vote because Mr. Perez is one of 1,000 people who donated to my campaign.
It's less than 1,000, but okay.
All right. Any further discussion?
Yeah, I would like to say too that I will be supporting this because I think it allows the option for assistance if the DA's office should need it.
Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
And Judge, just on the record, one comment that has not been on the record is the urgency of advice by the election department and requested by the administrator. So, I didn't. Okay. Yeah, but in private, in executive session. I mean, right now, we're on the record.
Okay, so it's a very good point. So on the record, there, with the rulings that are coming out of SB 1, the last one came out at 7:30 at night. We're just trying very hard to make sure that the people who want to vote by mail are able to do so. SB 1 is throwing a real wrench in that. We are going to make sure that everyone, Republican, Democrat, Independent, that wants to vote is able to vote. And this advice, Mr. Scarpello believes adding extra firepower to getting him advice will speed the process. Again, this is not a reflection on anyone who works at the county, who are all working very hard and doing a fine job. All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
I think you're 100% right. It does not reflect on the district attorney's office. It reflects on another attempt to hire our friends when we don't need to.
Okay. All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
All right, that motion carries. There's no other action on the agenda for the court today, so the court stands adjourned.